YouTube, but we tweet the room. We're talking about Decentraland. Everybody is welcome to come up if you have a topic that you'd like to talk about. There's a lot. There's a lot to talk about. Oh, we're starting on the linked wearables. The Beast kid called Beast just recently passed a proposal to allow linked wearables. And so, for anybody that doesn't know, I realize people might not understand what that is because I've had a couple of people reach out in DMs like, "What does that mean? Does that mean I get my whole Beast in world and I can wear it?" And when we were coming up with this, I think Rustan would have gone straight gray hair if we would have tried to do every Beast. So I believe one exists. We're doing the 40 balaclavas. I want to say baklava because that's a dessert and that's just so much better. I want to make 40 baklavas, but balaclavas, gotta stay focused. Is that right? We're making 40 of them. We're making them color changing so everybody can kind of find their Beast.
That is my understanding. It sounds. I'm glad you know a little bit too about that because people have asked me exactly what was going on, and so my understanding, one, it's going to make it much simpler and cost efficient for everyone involved, I believe. And yes, so the Beasts have, I don't know how many different communities within the community, so to speak. Like mine is a member of the Bull Hattons, which I believe is not that I'm a business person, but it's that community is business, and of course there's music and uh, others. What is it? Fashion, which there's been some big things going on with fashion with the Beast too. Um, but there's to be one to represent each of those, as well as the male, female, and then yes, they'll be RGB, so you can change the colors of them. So at least all the communities within the Beast will be represented, and you'll be able to rock your Beast head in Decentraland. And looking forward to seeing a lot of those running around. And I know, I know a lot of Decentraland people have bought into the Beasts lately, and not to mention the Beasts have been coming into Decentraland. Um, Crover Crover came in recently and has just been all hyped about it. And I know a few of them, at least one for sure, has actually purchased land inside Decentraland, and they're excited to start building some things. So it's kind of exciting. I think it's kind of been the biggest movement we've seen in a while, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and I think it's so important to me that this one passed, not because I'm a Beast holder or anything like that, but like if it doesn't work, if you can't make a linked wearable and make a proposal and get it passed, then there's just no reason to even do it. And so to me, it was more just like we need a use case to show everybody else that like, yeah, this could work for your NFT brand, whether it's clones or bored apes or snarky sharks. Like somebody had to do it and do it well and be successful. I know that there's been other brands in the past. I know Dolce and Gabbana barely squeaked their proposal through last year, and it's like somebody said, well, if Dolce and Gabbana can't get a linked wearable, there's no hope for any of us. So it is really cool to see that. I'm going to pause just 1 second. Sin, I see you requesting, and so I see you as my co-host, but then I also see a request coming in, so I'm not sure what's
Well,
going on.
I wanted to say too, Sinful's been very instrumental with a lot of this too, having some of the Beasts on his be on the NFTs on Monday. So shout out to him as well.
Yeah, I don't know if he can talk right now, so I'm gonna just shill him. But I feel like a huge part of this, and it's not just because I'm his co-host, and he probably can't even hear me now, so it's gonna be like totally lost. But I feel like it's been these little steps that like I wouldn't have bought a Beast if Make wouldn't have been on his show. It was like listening to Make on Sin's show made me buy. Um, but yeah, Sin, are you there?
I show him as co-host, and his speaker is not showing up. So yeah, it looks like he's having
Yeah.
connection problems.
Oh no, Elon is trying to bring him down. Well, I'll figure that out with him behind the scenes, but I see Ruston came up. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Good
How are
morning. Good
you?
morning. Yeah, I'm excited about these balaclavas. I think the cool thing that most people don't realize is like, yeah, it would have been a royal pain in the ass to do 10,000 of them. And I think it's better to do just the balaclavas because then you get to mix your own custom drip with each one, which is like what's one of the most valuable things about Decentraland is like the customization of wearables and stuff. So I'm really excited about that. And it really won't be that hard of a job. I could probably make one balaclava in like 15-20 minutes.
Well, and isn't the idea were you going to do a class so that like the whole community could help you out and
Yeah, I'm
build,
hoping to
or are
just make
you are
one
you
and then everybody
yeah.
else makes the other 40.
Ruston rugs us all. I get it. I see what's happening.
But
Damn
I
it.
mean, I think it'd be cool,
And I
like
just
if we had 40 people there and we just do it together, we'd finish it within an hour.
dude, let's do it.
In worst case, we end up making 3 or 4 each, something like that.
Well, and once you've made one, it should be simple to help make the rest. So we'll get you. We'll make sure it works out. Um, for sure, because I know there's a lot of people excited about it. So
Well, and
and
I think it Oh,
much
go ahead.
appreciated. I was just gonna say, and much appreciated to you, Rustan, for your help in this as well.
Of course, it's necessary, and it's been really cool to see how many of us have onboarded the Beast community into Decentraland.
Well, and you could just sit there and you could do it all. Like I know you have the capacity and the talent and the bandwidth, probably, like you probably could do that. But the fact that it's going to be hopefully done by the community just makes it that much stronger. That they're like, if I got to model my chocolate lab balaclava, I'd be like, "Oh my gosh, like I did this." And it would just be so much more meaningful than if some rando that I hire from Fiverr like does it. At
Definitely.
that right there, I think is the under. That's like the secret weapon is the community. Community actually
Yeah,
matters.
it's always better to
So
teach a
what are your
person to
thoughts?
fish too.
Well, and the beasts. I mean, they show up. You've done one of the blender classes they have.
Yeah, I did
They
the
show up
VR
for that.
teaching them how to optimize their assets to become VRMs, and that it's kind of a brutal process, and I didn't. It took longer than an hour, and towards the end, I was rushing because they asked me to keep it under an hour, and I was at an hour and a half, and so like I didn't complicated, but yeah, there were a lot of people there paying attention and trying, making an effort to do it.
And I've put out there kind of. I don't know who I need to speak to, but I'd be more than happy to do an onboarding class at some point. Give people the tips and tricks. Get them some wearables, of course, um, to help them come into Decentraland so they can check it out.
Yeah, it's funny. Like almost all collectible communities don't fully see the value of the metaverse yet, and it really is like kind of like leading a horse to water a little bit. But so far, like a kid called Beast has really shown up and tested the waters, and it's been pretty exciting. I don't think they still fully see the value, but they're getting there.
Yeah, because I talked to, I don't know who it was, about the hyperfi that you built on my hyperfi world for the beasts, and um, I didn't get much reception on that, but everybody else seems very excited about this Decentraland aspect, so which is good.
Well, and I think that it's so, like I said, it's so important because if, I mean, you look at like your Twitter timeline and how many times you see, a kid called Beast go through there. And really, it's like that, like we need these active projects to find some success different places, and if they can find it in Decentraland, like all the better, because I see people like you, Ruston, and Dr. Drip, like with your clones doing it on your own and making like gorgeous assets that like look exactly like your clones, bringing them in. And I think that eventually, as people get into these different projects, like they're going to look for value and utility. And a lot of it is like, it's not enough just to make a PFP that's your profile picture anymore. Like remember Crypto Kitties, or I mean, even just Bored Apes, or anything. Like I so firmly believe that PFPs, like that's not going to do it anymore. It's got to be like, no, how much utility does it have? How many different places can I wear my avatar? Because remember last year when Elon Musk said he might rug Twitter, well then where are you going to rock your PFPs? But like if you can wear it in world, if you can, flex it in world, because I think a lot of the the bigger projects, well, they like the flex that comes with it. And like at least for me, it's also including like phygital implementations. That's like a baseline. Like what's your phygital product? Because I need that. Like I'm not like I don't have a pudgy penguin. I want one, but I'm priced out. But like, oh, I'm building my little like collection of Bored Ape figurines and pudgy penguin figurines and hopper figurines, and I'm working on my beast figurine. And I think that the future of PFPs is just going to be so different than what we see today. Like it's projects are going to have to deliver so much more to remain competitive.
Yeah, I often say
And
that people
that's
are living in that are like communities that are not exploring the metaverse are actually living in Web 2.5, not Web 3. And like it's like with the Beast community, there's a lot of people taking advantage of Blender, which is great, but they're spending hours rendering their 3D images into 2D snapshots. And it's like you could spend an hour making your VRM and go into Hyperfi, and you could create a whole animated series with voice movement, posing, and like utilizing your characters that you created. And then like I've been adding AI voice, using my own voice and changing my voice. Like you can make a popular animated TV show faster than you can make a rendered photo, using the metaverse. It's amazing. Like the potential is unbelievable.
Oh, man. OMG, Rustan, how do we watch that? And why aren't you doing your own voice acting?
I've been doing it. It's like all I've done so many videos. It's crazy.
Where
well.
do we see them?
Actually they're on my Twitter profile, but it's like you got to do a lot of scrolling probably.
You need a marketing
I just like
manager.
I
It
make
doesn't
it, I
count.
put it out there,
Make
and then
it.
I go to the next thing.
I know, I know, I know. I
And
hear you.
I'll
My brain
find
works
my
like that.
my last one, which I don't even remember which one it is, but I'll find my last one and I'll post it to this space.
um uh, like you were saying about the utility, pretty much anymore, if a project doesn't at the very least come with a file that I can play with and try to learn more, I'm probably not interested. And I was in the Beast Discord one day just hanging out, and a few of them were looking at a project on Solana called the Silicons, which is going to be is fashion related as well. And several of them, like Noise and shoot, I forget who all was in there. Um, but they had got a couple and were had gotten in the Discord and did a big push on the project itself to get the 3D files. So they have been working the pretty hard the last few days to get those together to give to the beasts that have been coming in, because I know several others had made mention about getting them, and I put in a ticket and let them know I came in because I heard about there being 3D files, and they sent them to me just yesterday as well. So um, that's pretty cool too. So
Yeah, and I think part of that, like you were talking about VRMs, and I think Rustan, you're showing that up there, like to have the file that comes with your beast. I mean, the entire premise of Web3 is anonymity. I hate saying that word because I always fuck it up, but to remain anonymous. And so a lot of times, like, I mean, you look at like YouTubers who in Web 2 they're showing their face, and then you look at Web 3. Well, we can't do that until the VRMs come out, and you look at Morphbot, our good friend Morph, who really feels strongly about remaining anonymous. Well, he can, and he can also show his Morphbot talking on screen. And I think that that's where we're really going to see a lot of this take off is people when they come to the realization that they can be like they can have that Web 2 kind of personal presence of showing their avatar, showing themselves, but it's not them. It's their like it wouldn't be me, it would be my beast speaking. Like I think that once people realize that, or even like people from Web 2 who they're like, okay, I want my kid to have a channel, but I don't want them to show their face, and like, but they can take this avatar, they can take this VRM and put it over that. That's just like that doesn't relate to blockchain or crypto or anything. It's just like that right there, that piece where you've got IP ownership of your avatar and it has all this utility. I think that that's just like we're sleeping, man. I don't know. Sometimes I just want to make a post that like, oh my god, we're so early, and oh my gosh, this is so big. But then I realize nobody will. Well, I mean, I'll be a mad woman talking.
I can't wait till uh, who is it? Void, Love Louie, Crover, the, the music group inside the Beast realize what Rustan says. They could perform as their Beast.
Yeah, there's a guy in the clone community, Vega Genesis, who's doing that, and he's actually been performing as a clone character and like doing really well. And he's gotten some really awesome music video setups, and he's getting like he has an agent and stuff like that. Like he's doing really awesome. Like it's like all everything is at your fingertips, and like most people aren't taking advantage of it. I posted like I forgot about some of these videos I made. They're pretty funny. So if you guys haven't seen them, I recommend checking them out. But I posted three of my videos on the links on top. But also the last one is this one by Eclectic Method, which is a pretty awesome creator in Hyperfy, and they actually made their own custom VRMs, and they make like the funniest posts. And they took their VRMs and they made a little like sitcom episode in the blockbuster that I built, and it's hilarious. It's really funny to watch. I love seeing people take advantage of this stuff, but like I feel like I've
Well,
noticed there's like a small percentage of actual creators and just a higher percentage of consumers. So like those that like to create, and then everybody else just wants to explore it all, which is fine, but I think early on I was just kind of surprised at like how few people were really taking advantage of what was out there for them to do. And with that said, like I have a whole new build in Hyperfy that's not out yet, and it's already done, but I wanted to not take any light away from what VoxVN has created. He's created like the most amazing Christmas build in Hyperfy. It's just phenomenal, and I highly recommend everyone go check it out. And a little insider tip: if you all you have to do is go talk to my NPC in there, and you'll be airdropped a Christmas gift. I'll post a link to that too.
and talk while we're still on the animation, in case you two did not know, or anyone else in here actually. the Beasts have been in talks with. They got green lighted quicker than usual for a animated Beast cartoon coming sometime in the near future.
Here's what I think is happening. I think they're just making their own animation studio and they're just training all their animators. And then all of a sudden it's like boom, you got an animation studio ready to go. So it's like putting the cart before the horse or something.
Well, he, you know that's funny. They're
Did I just
teaching
spill beans?
they're teaching their community how to create with their beast, and who wouldn't be excited and not even think about having to get paid for it, but to have to create and be a part, just be a part of it would be so freaking awesome.
Yeah, that is just amazing and yeah, it's exciting time to be alive. I know we're talking about the beast so much, and I'm like, wait, but we're it's a Decentraland Twitter space, but like, I think maybe there's just so much happening with like one project where it kind of spills into the other because I can see so many ways that that could just be brought and utilized, in the metaverse, whether it's Hyperfi or Decentraland or other places. Although there's a lot of benefits to Hyperfi that, you know, uh,
Well, it's like
it's I can see why people want to
it
go
really
there.
is a milestone though, Vanessa. Like I think it's important to talk about Kid Called Beast because like I remember when damn, what's the name of the other community that made the awesome linked wearables collection? Yeah, the Woodies.
Woodies.
Can't
The
believe I
Woodies,
forgot the
poor
name of the
boy.
Woodies. Like that was such a huge moment when that was unveiled. I don't think the Woodies even realized how valuable that was, you know. And I was a part of the Woodies before they did that, and I was aware of them when they first minted, but it was like too pricey for me to mint. Like in summer 2021 is when they originally minted, and that was like such a big deal. And I feel like this Kid Called Beast Decentraland collaboration is an even bigger deal. It's like one step up. Uh, yeah, it's not the full 10,000 collection, but like I said before, the fact that you can mix and match wearables with the balaclava, which is the most iconic part of the beast, I think, is huge. That's huge.
One big thing is that like I feel like the beast community is more receptive of what's actually happening opposed to like the woodies. I feel like a
Yeah.
handful of them really got it, but
For sure, for
yeah.
sure. I mean, Woody's popped into that amazing Christmas build, and it was fun, but then it kinda, like, petered off a little bit. But, like, I can definitely say with, like, Clone X, like, I remember making a Clone X party at Casa Rustan, and, I put up the PFPs of, like, very active individuals in the builds because I wanted them to come see their own PFP on display. I had 3D representations of clones. I had Vegas Genesis perform a couple pre-recorded videos, and then I had a DJ also, and literally like four clones showed up. Vega Genesis showed up for 5 minutes, thought it was cool, and then left. And nobody hung around, and nobody ever came back. And it's like, man, all this effort and like a bunch of Web 2.5 no shows. I was kind of disappointed at that. But the beasts are definitely showing up more, and I think the more we show them the value, they'll begin to see the potential of what they own.
Yep. And it's like and it's not like, that this is happening and they're coming into Decentraland. The community has been like coming in slowly through like supporting each other like within their own Discord. Like whenever I highlight one of them or someone else in our community is highlighting a beast, like they show up for each other, and then in turn, like we've been seeing more beasts around and more interest.
Well, I hope you heard us giving you some credit there too for having some of them on your Beyond the NFT. when you were having some difficulties coming up,
Definitely.
Simple. So and Red in the Beast fam has been very instrumental in getting a lot of this put together as well and creating some hype around it. And I tell you what, when Crover last week came into Spotty, or last Tuesday, it just was, God, real recent. He's been just shouting out about Decentraland. He freaking loved it.
I mean, really, like, I think part of the reason that more beasts are dipping their toes in it is because, like, you got a lot of DCL powerhouses picking up beasts, and like with the clones, it was just me by myself trying to bring this community in, and you can't do it alone, but like we kind of took, like, I feel like the beast community is super strong, but still the Decentraland community is the strongest of all communities, I think, by far. And we get Web3 better than anybody else. I challenge you to, like, name another community somewhere who understands Web3 more than the Decentraland community, you know? And like we as a group, like Canessa, Sinful, One Existence, Make, especially, like you, there's too many voices bringing people in, and curiosity kills the cat, and like they can't resist but take a peek. And we piqued Red's interest, and he sees the value a little bit, and he's been able to be a voice, an insider voice for the East community to see. And they still don't fully know, like once they take the real plunge, stop dipping your toes in, and you really take the plunge, man, it's going to change a lot, hopefully, for a lot of people and creators, and open their eyes. I remember the day that I bought my beast, I joined the Discord, and I don't remember who it was, but there was like a DJ that was unveiling some new set, and he's like, "I'm about to go live on a Twitter space, come listen." And I was like, "Oh my god, we need to get this dude into Central Land doing a DJ set on a Twitter space." I thought that was crazy.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, did we ever manage to get him in here?
I can't remember who it was. That's the only problem.
I gotcha. So like a little thing that I've been kind of like just contemplating in the back of my mind, and it may be a reality. I have to make the decision today if I'm gonna go like balls to the wall for it. I'm thinking about doing another music event, or maybe just an event in general, kind of bringing together the Nihilings, the Centraland community, and a kid called Beast. I mean, could be a good way to celebrate the linked wearable proposal exception, as well as like even like help some Beasts get onto Decentraland. Like, I don't know. I've been
Definitely.
shooting some ideas, like like in the middle of the music event. Maybe we could like do a mini like Beyond the NFT or something, where like make myself and Red get on, and we're just
And Cat
like,
5. And Cat
answering
5.
questions. Oh yes, and Cat 5. We yes, Cat 5 would be perfect for this too. Get in and just like, answer questions that anyone may have about like getting onto the platform. So, yeah, I have to pull the trigger today. I asked Cat 5 if he can get his community member Hedge, or I think his tag goes USD Hedge. He is a DJ. If Cat 5 can get him, and I said that I was gonna go, but haven't gotten a message back. I probably have to poke Cat 5.
I just poked.
You just poked. It's like any status on Hedge.
San, you just like pain, don't you? You just recovered from the last festival and you're just gonna jump right back in it. Are you all caught up on sleep?
I actually am. I mean, it was the last festival was a little rough because I was like in the middle of moving, as well as doing the festival and trying to get other stuff done, and but I think I can do it. I think I can do it. May- maybe a thought could be getting two DJs or performers from each community, two from Nihilings, two from DCL, and two from Kid Called Beast. And yeah, and then we can like fill stuff in between. I don't know, just ideas. What do you guys think?
I
I
think
love it.
so. Do it.
Yeah, the goal is mainly to, basically what we do here, bring communities together, and just vibe, just party. Um, make down there, welcome make. I see you. Hello. Has agreed to like even like give a helping hand to like setting this all up. And yeah, like I guess we'll get the ball rolling. I'll poke Cat 5. I think I already have a super cool stage ready. The person is in the listeners right now that that may provide the stage. Well, further details will be provided later on. I wonder if I'm allowed to say because now I want to just say.
Hard keeping those secrets, isn't it?
I know, I know. But
Can tell the coffee has kicked in.
oh, you can? Yeah, I basically made
Yes.
like 4 cups of coffee and I put them in a one big mug, and I've been just sipping on this.
Worst case, you could always use Casa Rustan if they say no.
Okay, dude. Yeah, fucking sick. Oh my god, you have a fucking. Will this offer? I mean, if they say no,
You
will
have
this
you have
offer be
you have
available
10
later
minutes
on?
to accept.
Okay, sweet.
Just kidding.
Yeah, 10 minutes. Oh, but I mean, Casa Rustan would be an excellent location. I'm even also thinking like the beach build that you and
Yeah,
Canessa
the
had
cove is
kind
live.
of
It's
collaborated.
in a world, just the cove. It's
Oh
even
my
in the
God.
explore tab under worlds.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
But
I'm looking forward to somebody having a big event in the world, in one of the worlds, too, at some point. Nobody's really done that. I mean, I think there. I get no. I haven't been to a single event. If there's been one that's been hosted on a actual Decentraland world. Which, by the way, for everyone in the room, all you need to do is purchase your Decentraland name, which is like 100 mana. Um, don't know what the price is now. It's kind of been going up, so maybe around 50 cents or less per mana. 100 mana gets you a name in Decentraland and your very own world, which is even bigger than a parcel of land inside Decentraland. So,
I know
yes,
there's
go ahead.
I was going to say there's a lot of stuff we're talking about that doesn't, if you're just kind of dabbling into Decentraland, it might not make sense what we're talking about, like builds and worlds and, land and stuff. But so I was thinking we should explain like for $50, you get your own 90,000 parcel world to deploy to. And then you can put whatever you want, like, if you a stage or you could create a game or anything like that in the world, or you can buy land in what's considered Genesis, uh, not Genesis Plaza, but like the Genesis world of
City.
Decentraland. What's
and
that?
the last, oh, and the last slice is diligently working on making it easier to build in world with their in world builder too. So,
Yeah, the timing feels like it's lining up really nice. I mean, obviously things can change in a flash, but it like if like I think we all agree that the market seems to be going in the right direction, knock on wood. And I feel like the in-world builder should be ready if like something were to happen that drew a lot more people into Decentraland. So like it might really be ready just at the right time.
Are you guys going to host another so I know that you in World Builder hosted a really cool like testathon on Friday where they had 5 builders come in and like learn how to build it or like experiment with it, and you I believe you taught them on the spot. That would be really cool to get to have that happen with like absolutely non Decentraland people, so that they're like, I've never even touched the the regular builder, like just kind of like really start from scratch
Yeah, I
and
believe
teach
there's
them
gonna
how to
be
do
a,
that.
a handful more of those things, and like also it's like it's important to keep in mind too that like Last Slice is super open to hearing everybody's suggestions and implementing them, things that they want to see and stuff, you know. So like it's cool to attend those things so you can speak up and say exactly what you want.
I missed it yesterday. I fell asleep. I know Brandon down there. He was one of them who was one of the testers, I believe. I forget who
It
the
would
other
be awesome to hear what you
four or
have to
five.
say about it, Brandon, if you want to pop up.
Oh my God, it was so cool. I was there, I was watching and listening through like the Twitter space and stuff like that. It was so funny to like as soon as Last Room taught everyone how to like pull up an asset so that they can like drop it. Everyone was like running around with their assets. High Cece had a big ass like staircase running around and just like plopping it in front of in front of Last Room like on stream.
Yeah, and it's wild that you can watch people build live in front of you like you can in Hyperfy. You know, it's amazing what
Yep.
Lastrom and Madamus have been creating. Like, it's mind blowing because it's not, especially, it's not easy with the coding limitations that are in Decentraland. Like, it's like almost impossible to make it as good as Hyperfy with those limitations. But man, they are really pushing the limits.
Yes,
Hi.
they're getting close. Oh, hi, Brandon. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes. So I was one of the testers, and it was everything that Decentraland should have fucking had from the beginning. It was so perfect. It like imagine if anyone here that's ever heard of played a video game where you build a room, it's what you've been wanting this whole time. You have a whole inventory of shit, walls, everything. Dr. Drip and a whole team of people have been working on 3D assets for like months now. So there's a lot of shit you can use in there. And it was just, I made a bedroom on the spot. Like, I choose two walls, a door, and a bed, and made a room on the spot. And immediately everyone came in. It was like jumping on my bed, like in the test thing. And then I looked over and I saw that there was like food. So I put like a plate of burgers and like chips and shit. It it's what we need for a video game. And I am so glad that those amazing people have all been working on it because you can tell it's made by the community for the community.
You mentioned relations to kind of like Sims in a way whenever you were speaking in the space yesterday. I totally feel that vibe too, and it's gonna make it super easy for like for venues to highlight like let's say projects coming in like they want to highlight a project on their venue. It's like all right, bet let me just edit this real quick, and then in real time you're like putting up portraits of Kid Called Beast or Vipes everywhere, you know. And I think One Existence like unmuted his mic. Can
Oh,
I cut
okay.
him off?
No, that's all right. I was just gonna ask where you said they were jumping on your bed, and just to shout out Canessa, were they Canessa trampoline emoting on the bed?
Literally, yes.
Yeah, I wanted
Nice.
to add like what Brandon said. Yeah, yeah, the community's building this. We really put our heart and soul into it. Like one of my jobs as like part of the UI team was to analyze like all these other metaverse platforms, and I went into um, I went into all of them. Roblox, Upstreet, Hyperfy, Spatial, OnCyber, Monoverse, and I looked at all the in-world builders that they had, and we picked apart all the pros and cons. I took videos to share my exploration with everybody on the team. We picked apart all the pros and cons, and we decided on what is the most intuitive ways to do these things. What are things that people might be most familiar with? Not like trying to create a new wheel, like I wanted people to know would like what makes sense basically. And I also leaned towards having some similarities to Blender, to some of their UI buttons, because in my experience, in my opinion, learning Blender is probably the most valuable thing you can do right now. And so I expect people, like we see that in the Beast community, for example, they're using Blender more than anything. And so I want people to know the buttons in Blender and to look at the UI and the in-world builder and say, "Oh, okay, that's the rotate button, or that's the scale button," like without even thinking about it, they know. And so like there was a lot of research in the development of these things that we're putting together. And we're just a small group of people building this shit, but it's like it's coming along really nicely, and we'll see how far we can push it.
Well, isn't there a quote that don't ever think that a small group of people can't change the world, because indeed that's the only thing that ever has. So I think that, like, I totally butchered that, but you get the point. I think what you guys are doing maybe even is bigger than you even see right now, even these connections that are being made. I mean, um the word community, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I personally
Without referencing things being said yesterday, I think that, like, strength from community and strength from, like, building from within is going to be what drives innovation forward in the future.
Definitely. I personally believe that smaller teams are better, like as small as possible. I think too many cooks in the kitchen really complicates things, and I think that's part of the reason why the foundation struggles so much, because there's just too many people in that team.
When and if this goes public and live, I can guarantee you that like there's going to be a whole new community of builders because it's fun. Anyone that's played Lego Fortnite in the past week, you will be addicted to this new builder because that's exactly what it felt like for me was making my Lego Fortnite builds. Um, it's just cool as fuck seeing all of the smart community members making cool shit and then also using that cool shit to build other cool shit. And then last thing, I know it's like not even related, but if and when VR Decentraland happens, that with this builder would go insane. It'd be sick as fuck to be doing that. So yeah, love you guys.
Hey, can we mix regular Fortnite with the in-world builder? Like, you're just building, and then all of a sudden I come along and just so you got to protect yourself while you build. So there's this added element. You don't know
You can
when
Cranky
destroy
90s
other
in
people's
Decentraland.
builds.
Hey, man, yeah, like, you better watch your back when you're putting that staircase in, because somebody. Sorry, I digress.
When building condoms.
Speaking of the foundation, I don't know who brought the foundation up. I know Sin was
It
there.
was
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I know
me.
Sin was there yesterday. That Decentraland DAO meeting was amazingly revealing, and my heart was broken in that meeting yesterday. And luckily, the Decentraland DAO posted a YouTube recording of it, and I highly recommend everyone in the community watch that. Lastrum put a lot of pressure on Yemel, and the responses were unbelievably disappointing, and
Cookie cutter.
and really, like, I think the future of Decentraland relies heavily on the community, because I do not believe in the foundation at all. And so I highly recommend you guys listen to that if you haven't yet.
It, that
uh, I missed that one.
that
But
that's a great.
after being at the marketing 101
Oh, did you
meeting
enjoy
they
that
had,
content?
I heard what happened there, but I didn't see it.
I enjoyed
unfortunately,
myself.
I
I
did.
I came across new content I never seen before. It was Christmas gay porn content.
Could we just play both of these
Lit.
at the same time and then just let our brains just go on overload trying to take in the content of both at the same time? I'm just kidding. We should do we have it pinned on the top? Because I think it is
Yeah, let me
important
find it.
that like I mean I'm glad that that was released, publicly because everybody should take the time to listen and come up with their own, opinions on it. And I think that that especially I listened to it last night afterwards. I wasn't able to be there, but I think anytime that the foundation speaks, we should listen. And yeah, if you could link that, that would be awesome. I think everybody should listen.
After the stuff I heard about the web browser going away, I can only imagine how disappointed I'll be.
So, so here, okay. So with the general sentiment that I've gotten after yesterday's conversation with Foundation, okay. So this is the way I see it. This is a brand new team. So like any ground, like everyone's frustrated, like, oh, we've been trying this for last 2 years. Well, the new team has been there for the last 6 months. Any progress, any ground that we built, that we gained during the last, let's call it the last administrations, because that's how they like to act. Like all that ground was gone, and we needed to start fresh with this new team, and tell them what we want. They, in a way, like I know that a lot of our community members were kind of broken, and just not feeling good about it. But the way that I personally see it is that we don't have to accept it. Like it's like, yeah, we don't have to accept what they're doing, and we could definitely push back. I mean,
When all 38 of us protest and not go in.
it'll be an empty platform.
I posted the link in the chat because it's just a YouTube link. I don't know if there's a Twitter post about it.
And I posted it up above. I mean, yeah, I think it's very valuable. I think that a couple community members had really good points, and it's it's difficult to talk publicly no matter what. It's really hard to do it when the founder and the the foundation is listening to you. And so I think that, kudos to the community members that spoke publicly and yeah, use their voices.
And I know that
But
they were all
I
powerhouses too. I mean, Lastrom, Nikki Fuego was like completely ignored twice. Lastrom got muted a couple times, and was called violent, and like he was in no way violent. He was just speaking his voice in a very strong tone and asking relevant questions that were completely disregarded, and it was insane to me. In my opinion, the foundation are just people taking Decentraland money, doing a job that they don't care about. They're complacent in the job, and it's just a corporate job to them. That's how I feel about it. Not everyone. There are a few valuable members in the foundation, like Mayara, Peanut Butter. There's a few people out there, but for the most part, the people that we never see in the world, they're just complacent people doing a corporate job.
Yep, and I mean, I feel like that's what needs to change. I mean, to tell you the truth, there would be more ground gained in the development side of things if I know how passionate a lot of our developers here are here in the space. Like in 8 hours for them would be like not enough for them to be working. They would be putting in that overtime. They'd be putting in like that extra effort to make sure that the platform actually worked. They would actually go on the platform to see, oh, look, there's a bug. And instead of like going behind the fucking screen and being like, oh, it looks good from my end. I don't know what you're talking about. Like,
Man,
sorry,
freaking
digress.
Mies sat there waiting patiently to speak up. They asked at the very end. They asked Mies, you can go first, and Mies was like, "No, I'd like to hear what Yemo has to say first." And then Yemo left before Mies got to say what he had to say. It's just like it was so frustrating. It was so frustrating.
I just don't accept. I just don't accept, and I'm gonna keep talking my shit until they change. Oh, or yeah, or they tell me to fuck off, and then that's like my cue to get the fuck out of here.
Well, and there's so many different people in this space for so many different reasons and so many different talents. And like, I'm not a dev. I do not understand code. Like, I'm that's not me. Like, I can make emotes. I can do other things. So when I, as out, like, just from my scope, and I see some of the biggest developers in this space, and I don't understand what they're talking about totally, but I see their frustration. It's like, why do the biggest people building here feel this way? Because that's scary to me, because I don't even know what I don't know, but I want to know that they're comfortable. I want the devs to be happy, because if they're not happy, I'm like, what am I missing? Like, what is it that about this reference client that will change if it's not supported? I don't know how that's going to affect, my little corner of the world, because I just don't understand that development side. So a lot of it, like, if I have a question about, grants, DAO proposals, I go to people that I know, like a knower. I've bugged you a couple times for questions, because I'm like, I don't understand what this grant is asking for, and I don't want to support something or not support something that is like really, foundational, like the backbone of something here. And so I think a lot of us that are, we're making wearables, or we're, doing parties, or blah blah blah, like, we are depending on those people that are the experts in the space to kind of guide us of like, yeah, hey, if the if the Infinity engine isn't supported, this entire game that was, $150,000 was already put into, won't work. And so I think that those voices really are important, that, and if people don't speak up, I don't know how else we're supposed to hear them.
Well, maybe with all the beasts coming in, we'll be even louder now. Which shout out, love Louie. I see Juice, DJC, and a kid. Um, some more beasts have come in, so shout out to them real quick, and make sure everybody retweets the room.
Yeah, man.
And Brandon,
Sorry,
oh,
can I say?
go
Yeah,
ahead.
I was just really quickly going to say, as someone who has come up here on these spaces a few times and kind of tried to play devil's advocate and assume best intentions for the foundation, I was extremely, just incredibly disappointed by how that meeting went. Even down to like Yemel saying he refused to answer questions within the framework of a yes or no, and then saying that doing trying to ask a yes or no question was violence, and like down to um, kind of the response that we got around just like, hey, can we have more communication and collaboration between the development, the community developers and the foundation. We kind of got this like almost flippant response of like, oh, so you guys just what we're supposed to involve you in everything, like that's not going to be productive going forward. And it just it really kind of solidified this like us versus them mentality that I've been afraid might be the case. But yeah, I'm definitely kind of black pilled on there being any kind of collaboration between the community and the foundation right now. It's really disappointing.
Most of my
Let's put up a Davo for a new CEO.
Yeah, I mean, we need that for sure. My most of my engagement in that dialogue yesterday, I wrote in the comments during the Google Meet, and I mentioned I brought up Hyperfy, and like how they have vehicles and they have particle apps and there's no code and there's this and that and this and that, and like one of the members of the DAO said, "Well, you should invite them to come work for Decentraland," and then had like a stick your tongue out smiley face emoji. It's like, I'm not joking. Like, I'm not joking about this. Like, I wrote in the chat, like, I expect Decentraland to at least be on par with other metaverse platforms. And I told them straight out, the other devs, and point to what you were asking, Kanessa, like the biggest, boldest devs out there have no interest in Decentraland because they can't do what they want to do with the current limitations. So they're going elsewhere and they're creating their own things that don't have such limitations. And it's like, these guys are not helping in any way, really. They're just taking money that's there, and like, not surprisingly, right, when there's money laid out for people to take, there's going to be vultures and wolves going to take it. And like, their heart, in my opinion, their heart is not in it. You know, we don't see them in the world. Like you could give up all that money and give it to the devs that are in the world every day participating, and they're going to build something better. You know, they know what we need, and I don't know how to go about any of that, but yesterday was a big deal. It was a big deal.
So if I understand what was being said in it correctly, and then I want to make sure that we go on to Brandon and Make, who have been patiently waiting. Um, and I'm trying to choose my words carefully, but I believe that it was said that regardless of whether a grant is passed for continuation of the reference client, they're going to continue regardless. Which is that how you guys understand what was being said?
It seemed to me that like the foundation was totally unprepared for this quote unquote attack, right, from the community. Not that we were attacking, but that's how it was received. They were completely unprepared. It feels to me, and this is just my opinion, it feels to me like they're building something that they think is really good, but they have no idea what the hell is really happening in Decentraland. They have no idea what we really want or need. They have zero idea. They have zero idea of the other metaverse platforms around them. Even though Mayara took all that time to interview like 20 of us and create a whole presentation of our opinions and thoughts, I don't think they really looked at it, you know, and instead of like responding as leaders and listening, they took the defense and started to deflect questions.
Very weak, very weak. Bro, Miara did such a good job with that slide. It was 150 slides of gold. Literally fucking gold. So I really hope they revisit what their, team member puts a lot of hard work into. Let's see. I've noticed the Brandon and Mick's hands have been up for a while. Let's pass it over to Brandon.
Make you got it.
Oh, it's
Mick,
okay.
that's all you.
Keep it
Oh
going.
my God.
I no. We're all getting where we're going, Brandon. I'd love to hear what you have to say, sir.
Hi. For those that talk to me in like off Twitter and like Discord, know that I'm very vocal about things. I just first off I want to start saying this, but I love all of you and I think all of you are talented and I love hanging out with you. But this is literally a corporation, and it's a corporation that seriously doesn't give two shits about you. The only reason that they do give two shits is to make their bags and all the early people's investors' bags hopefully get back to where they were, in all honesty. So this whole corporation feels like them trying to dig themselves out of the hole that they dug. And it's unfortunately the fact that DCL is the only really place for Web3 people to go to hang out that's like connected in this way. But it's a pit. In all honesty, it's a pit of just I don't know. It's hard because there's a lot of really fucking cool people like coming in and doing shit, but you can't do anything. If if Joe comes in and wants to make something, how many people in this room have to explain to him what's going on, how to do everything, what to do? And it's us. It's been us for the past 2 fucking years. Like we deserve so much more, and we know that no one in the foundation does anything in DCL. If they did, they would probably have some of the coolest parcels in games because they would be people playing in the fucking game. So it's I still think that DCL is a cool, literally an app on your phone. That's all DCL is to me because it's a place where I can go see a few people play a few games. Boom, good for an hour, or just have it on the side. I just want to come up here and just let all of you know that you're all fucking killing it. You are the only reason I've even come back onto this website. So there's that little light in the tunnel. It's about the people that we meet along the way and the shit that we learn because DCL is a boot camp for creation. If you can make shit in DCL, you can seriously make shit anywhere, like dead ass anywhere. So as much as that goes against what I just said, keep trying to make shit in DCL because if you can make shit in DCL, you can make shit across the whole internet. Like, seriously, you guys are killing it, and I love all of you.
We love you, Brandon. We need you.
Also, one last thing. Can I say one last thing? Also, side note, I was going through some shit in real life, and I'm like having to move to Arizona. Shit, this community has come together and done fucking amazing things, and I want to thank every single one of you individually. Like, you are all amazing people and have seriously changed like my actual in real life. Like, I'm not even kidding. Because of you guys, I was able to pay off the last of my rent. I'm able to like have a nice smooth move to Arizona. So from the bottom of my heart, seriously, thank you guys. Like, I absolutely adore every single one of you, and no matter what the fuck happens to this website, we're all gonna end up in the same place no matter what. So I love you guys, for real. Thank you.
Can I shill you, Brandon, to all the beasts in the house? Brandon made the dopest hoodie. It's like a comfy hoodie with my beast on it. So anybody that wants your beast on a hoodie to wear in world, hit up Brandon. Yeah, thank you so much, Brandon. I was so happy to get like the hoodie I wanted, but then also, support my my good friends. So thank you
Love you
so
guys.
much, man. And your drones and your wearables and your matchstick guy. Thank you for being here today, Brandon.
Yeah, I'm gonna be commissioning
Stick
something from you,
man.
Brandon, soon. I've just been like trying to wrap my head around it and get to it, but you'll be hearing from me.
Brandon wants to make Call of Duty videos for me. Oh, by the way, if anyone wants to see the Brandon's amazing creation, I did pin my Twitter, my live X live stream up at the top. It's the most recent one. I'm currently like sitting on a chair and wearing the hoodie. He did a very, very good job. Very clean work, dude.
Thanks.
Alrighty. Thanks. I guess pass it over to Make.
Hey guys. Wow. You know what a difference a week makes? First of all, I can't thank you all enough for coming and supporting the Meta Beast and the group coming together, especially Kines and Sinful and Rustan and Existence, who have come together to try and make this happen. We've got a long road ahead, as we know, but to get your support meant everything to us. And it meant a lot to the team from the Beast who are still coming in and learning. Shout out my boy Love Louie, who I ran around with. I just absolutely love you. And Juice, who I've run with since the beginning. You know, I always talk about it, and I'm still dealing with it. We're just a year in, right? I was on Altspace, kind of by myself, except for like, I met Existence and Biometa and DJ Tracks, and there I was with these special people, always feeling like, okay, well, we are over here, and I know these people. And then the more time, and I always went into Decentraland, and I go with them. And there's something that's still unreplaceable about DCL. Absolutely. Whether it's the fact we could try and walk somewhere even if our screen's not loading, or maybe we're invisible, and today I don't seem to go to the wrong realm like I used to all the time. And you can even just like write the code in and you can snap it. Well, Altspace, which existed for 10 years and gave everything to their people just to build and other people would pay, well, it disappeared because, I mean, honestly, because of ChatGPT. And I miss my home. There were so many things I loved about it. Like the spatial audio, I don't think that ever came back in the same way on any platform. And in fact, the ones that even have it have been spending their times taking it away. And a lot of teams right now are losing a lot of players. Like, it's not just Decentraland, right? Like, Spatial just laid off their entire creative, team that worked with the devs, or at least a lot of them. Like, all their community space that was like kind of working together. They said, we're going a slightly different direction. We're going to make games, and you guys are gone. And that voice, even of Spatial, right, which is another place a lot of us have homes, is gone. So and there's that adaptation point. I think most platforms and things right now are fighting for survival, and I think it's hard for anybody to see clear. I think the ones who and there are littered problems with everywhere we go and try and carve out our existence on platforms or whatever. But we do have some of the most fucking special people, like the people in this room, the people we meet every day, see down there going out, and I fly around on a magic carpet. And I go to restaurants and I sit in a pink pool and I look at great artwork, and usually somebody super dope is DJing. Maybe my guy Trax, who's I'm throwing up ones in the chat box for. There's some things you can't stop, and you're not stopping us. And you know what? It's going to be what it is. It is better. I'll tell you that much, because I've been coming there also since, a few, 2, 3 music festivals ago. I don't really remember, but it has gotten better. As a Mac user, I would be a little worried to get rid of the browser, because I do use the browser, and then, I run into trouble and I just go back to the, but we'll figure it out. Man, so one thing this group of people does like nobody fucking else. And the powers that be are always going to sit down and tell us what the fuck to do, and that they know better regardless. And that doesn't matter if we get up to get like gas at the gas place. There's somebody who's going to yell at me and tell me it costs more, or there's some better thing to do, whether I think it's true or not. But what we do have is another opportunity, to just keep building forward. And you know what? If it breaks or it shuts down, we are going to build the next thing up together anyway. That's why we're here. I'm really, we've got a new road ahead with us. Rustam, we're going to have to get together and look at your schedule, and we're going to have to start gathering our beasts and create our funnel. I'm hoping our new beasts, like Dr. Drip, for you beasts out there, another one of the most talented, incredibly creative people who join the community. We're going to need our most talented minds, and we're going to have to find a way. We're going to have to find some people who have actually been through the process of linking the wearables, so I can go back to their dev team and we can have at least one conversation, because I know things have changed. I've talked to, a few people who have been in the process and a bit stuck. So we're going to try and make sure to unstuck as much of this process as possible. And we're going to welcome as many new people as we can. I see a lot of new beasts in this room who are like, what do we have here? Why is everybody upset? Is it falling down? And let me tell you the answer. The people in Decentraland have built Decentraland. Everybody in here, in one form or another, has put a shape on Decentraland. So when the powers that be want to not address things, it makes people upset, because everybody in here puts their heart and their soul into DCL and helping people big. So have no fear, family. It ain't going anywhere tomorrow. And let's try and build the future together. Let's go. I mean, honestly, like DC, I mean, all space is gone. My penthouse does not exist anymore. But all the people, all the memories, and the heart that is right here, CJ Track sitting right next to me, we're still doing it. So let's just build it.
Yeah, exactly. Make, you said it very perfectly. We're just talking shit because we're passionate. That's basically like the gist of it. And sorry if I cut anyone off. I'll mute my mic now so someone can pick it up.
I just want to say that literally the reason that we come here is because we're a bunch of fucking nerds that want to see some cool shit, and we're bored. So, all the content creators out there, I keep saying it, make content, because like what Biometa is doing with this whole thing, like recording fucking everything, sick as fuck, and we want to see the content for now, but also you can look back on that content and just remember all the cool shit. Meese, love you.
For the record, I'm not a nerd. I'm a real world reject.
Yeah, yeah, I'm one of the cool kids. Everybody at the elementary school I worked at wanted to talk Web3 with me. They totally understood it. Totally, all the time. Just kidding. Mies, you've been patiently your hand is getting tired.
Hey
Welcome, how
there.
are
Hold on,
you?
Hey,
I
happy
have to leave
Saturday.
before Mies talks. Bye, Mies. Just kidding.
Steve, have a good one. Yeah, anything else you want to say? Or are you just making fun from yesterday?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what?
Oh,
Let's
he's
just close the
done.
space
Ouch.
before he speaks. Let's just close it. Fuck it.
Yep, bye. Have a good day.
Meets, the floor is yours. Thank you for being here.
Yeah. So happy Saturday, everyone. Thank you so much for having me up. And I've loved listening to everyone here. And, Make had so much great things to say. And so I want to expand a little more on that and then maybe offer some just my insights from my background and that kind of stuff. So, I think I think we're kind of in the middle of a bear, and I know that's been very bullish recently, or that maybe these organizations feel like they're in the middle of a bear still. And we went through that for maybe a year and a half, 2 years, something like that so far. And so they may be planning for the worst or maybe for a potential downturn. I know a lot of corporations in the United States as well have been downsizing. Also with the advancements of AI and other things, there may be new technologies coming out there that may allow for more efficiencies. And in addition to that, some other platforms, just like Makes had said, they're downsizing. And so what is the cause of that, right? What are they doing? So these teams, some of them may be planning like they're in a bear, but other ones may be pivoting as well. We're in the tech space, and so it's still very early, and a lot of things can change very rapidly because of that. And we're building, just like all of you all, you're building in a place that it's all brand new, and no one else is really doing these things because of how hard it is, and it is really hard, and I want you all to know that. And so everything that all of you do is, I mean, it's breaking edge, it's cutting tech. All those people in web 2 aren't doing this shit. They're not doing any of this stuff. So I just want you all to give yourself props for that. And we're all passionate, all of you are, and that's amazing. And I hope that we continue to have that passion, whether it's for Decentraland or for creating your, whatever it is you create, or helping people, or, whatever it is that may be. And it may be, in Decentraland today, maybe somewhere else tomorrow, and that's okay. The key thing is just to, I think, be happy, or try to be happy, right? And that's excellent. So I've got a few more things to kind of add on to that. So I recently, earlier this week, I completed a course, and it was a Scrum Master certification course. And so I wanted to get a little more formal educational experience to maybe see if it would help me, in any way, shape, or form with what I'm currently doing in Decentraland, and just see what I could learn from that. And it was a 2-day course, but I learned a lot. And so I just wanted to share kind of maybe what I've learned a little bit with you all, and how it relates to maybe our situation and processes, and how we can maybe improve things. Because I do think there are things we can do to improve things, whether or not the foundation itself wants to acknowledge it, or to make any changes. I think we can make change. And so I want to share with you all how we might be able to do that. So I think that, making change, it probably starts with going through the DAO. We have more influence there potentially, I believe, even though there may be similar things going on there as from the foundation. But I do believe that the DAO may be the place to start. And so, the DAO has the agreement to delegate certain rights to the foundation. And so that's coming up in February. And I think that for renewal. And so I think that's going to be a huge potential turning point of, whether or not the community and the DAO want to take on these additional tasks or rights, or building things to build and create. And so currently the foundation they're doing these different things, and we don't even know what they're doing. Essentially, we don't know when or why or what. or any of these things. And so if we do want more transparency and potential for more collaboration and more fluidity, it may make sense for the DAO to take it on. Now, I feel like the DAO has gotten a lot more mature over the last 3 years. I feel like the community, has gotten a lot more mature over the last 3 years. I feel like I've learned a lot, and I feel like a lot of other people have as well. And so, even though these processes are still changing as well, with the additions of the facilitation squad in the last year and the GSS, I think that those things are really excellent. Help share and spread out work that may need to be done. And they're learning too, and there's things that they're probably going to do wrong or that people don't agree with or things like that. And it's up to us to give them feedback, I think, and to keep them in check, because it's all about checks and balances as well. This is governance, this is government. And so we're the people and the voters and the creators. And we do have a voice. And I do think that if we're rational and and we're passionate and we care and we have good things to say as far as good reasoning, that I think that we can make some change and make some things happen. And so some of these things were going to be turned over anyways. Most of these things probably were going to be turned over within the next 6 years to the DAO before the vesting contract runs out. I think that that was kind of the plan, and so it's all a matter of what things does do what things do the DAO, or does the DAO want to take on now in the next year, when this contract is maybe not being or this delegation is not being renewed, or it's being changed or altered. And so, I think we should be looking at, what things do we think the DAO could take over and do well or better. And so I want to expand a little more on, what the benefits of that may be. And so going back to this course of, that I took the Scrum Master course earlier this week and completed, that it compares two different methodologies. And so these methodologies, one's called Agile and one is called Waterfall. And so Waterfall is an older methodology that is it's a rigid structure, and it doesn't really have room for changes or for even like incremental growth within it. It prevents a lot of different things from happening. And so agile is how a lot of developers, coders, and things like that in the tech world, stuff very technical oriented, which is Decentraland. And so that's how a lot of them operate. And so right now, in my opinion, Decentraland as a whole, the foundation is there's three different parts. We've got the foundation, we've got the DAO, and then we have the community and the creators. So we've got these three different groups of people, and right now it's very disjointed. There's no there's not really clear communication. There's not really a clear roadmap. There's not clear a lot of different things, and so we've seen different situations to where there's, I'm not gonna say a waste of funds, but there maybe funds could have been better spent with for hundreds of thousands of dollars from grants that people brought up because they believed and they knew that certain things needed to be done on the platform. And they didn't know, or they were not aware that the foundation was also working on those things. And so we had that duplicate work that was going on, which kind of led to an inefficiency, let's say. And so, overall, how did the platform, or how could have the platform benefited had, that information been out there? And so, what I'm looking at is we have these three different groups, and it's really, like I said, it's more of a waterfall. And so it's just like I don't know how DCL is operating on the inside. Maybe they are operating on an agile methodology on the inside, and maybe they are agile, but they may not be. We don't even know. And so I'm just going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that, let's just say they are agile. And so, but then we have the DAO, and then we have the builders in the community. And so, we can't even really operate. The DAO is just pretty much fed whatever it is the foundation feeds them, and like that's it. And so typically, what happens is there's facilitation that goes on in agile methodology, and there's communication. It's like constant communication, because if you're in good communication, which actually involves like speaking and having a conversation and listening and answering questions, not like, hey, submit an RFI and then like we'll get back to you or whatever, just give you an answer. It's not really like that. It's more of like a conversation, and it's try to understand, where the issues lie, where the focus is, and things like that. And so, for the DAO, I think that we can make that change in the community and in the DAO, and really adopt an agile methodology there to improve those efficiencies. We can't control the Decentraland Foundation. We can't do that. But I think that we can make and start the change within the community and the DAO. And we've already have it in the community. So I think we already kind of have that with this group of people and everything else. I feel like we are agile, and that we do communicate a lot, and people know what's going on because they're in the loop and they're listening, here in the spaces, and it's because they care and they're passionate and they're creators and they're curious. And so I think, we need to pass that curiosity into the DAO a little more, and through processes. And so, I would, say to everyone, look up agile methodology, and look up like Scrum Master, and look up waterfall, because as of right now, there's pros and cons to like waterfall, and there's pros and cons to agile. But the sad thing is that we're not even, because of how this organization is structured with these three different groups. It doesn't flow the same way that an organization does, even if everything, it have to like all be constant, and it have to be flowing extremely well, and it's like much harder to get an organization structure like this to even work, even if everyone was trying to, if the foundation was trying to, if the DAO was trying to, if the creators were trying to, it would still be harder to have a very efficient and the most efficient organization, possible. And so, I think we need to understand that, and we need to maybe make the change, like I've been saying, repeating, at the bottom, and work bottom up. And because that's where we can, make change happen, and we can take on more tasks. And as we do that, I think it'll give the DAO and the community more control, clarity, understanding, and allow for that more communication. Because as I saw yesterday, I really didn't see a whole lot of communication. It was a lot of people asking questions that were not really getting answered, that could have been directly answered in a shorter and easier way. And it seems like there was like gaslighting, runaround, lots of excess words and fluff that was being used, and this, that, and the other thing. And oh, this is complicated, when it's not really complicated. I think that as people, we overcomplicate things many times. And this technology, sure, it is complicated, but that doesn't mean that the issues and the solutions necessarily can't be simple, or that there can't be a simple solution towards finding out what they are. And just like the real world, there's corporations that exist out there, and they have certain, there's all kinds of structures and, different things that already exist, that we could be using, and that the DAO could be using. And I haven't seen them using them. They're doing better, on many different things. But we don't even know the foundation's using some of these tools, and they're tools, and there are ways to display, through charts and other things, so that, people can truly understand what's going on. And so I would just, would like to say that, please look up agile versus waterfall for, Scrum and agile methodology, and just take a look there and read like the pros and cons, and you may see that, um, just it may make more sense of kind of what's going on. And I really feel like it helped open my eyes for just the different processes. And it's all about processes, and it's about improving them so that the people can do and be better. So I'm sorry for my rants, and I just wanted to share all that.
No, thank you. I love it when people are silent afterwards, because it just, it's like, I think we're just processing, but to avoid the awkward silence, we'll step in here. And yeah, you brought up so many good points, and I like that you are, um, graceful enough to give the benefit of the doubt. I will pass it over to Make.
First of all, I don't think we've spoke before, but thank you. Mesa, I appreciate the concept. I mean, I just think if we look at a broader brush of what the heck is also going on around us, and I only use spatial because, I mean, yes, I have my condo. I spend the most time in DCL. I think y'all see me enough to realize that. But I have a condo in spatial. I do my show with CC. I know so we hang out there. Well, spatial's done. They've put up paywalls to figure out what the heck they're doing. Like, okay, now you can't stream for more than half hour unless you pay $29.95 a month. As a user, you can't do that. Oh, we're going to take away your ability to stream anything but tabs. And they keep finding ways because they haven't found a way to figure it out, right? And they got VC, they got whatever they have going on, and they're going their route. I don't care either way because it's about the people, right? And we come back to where we go. And I feel like the one thing that's kind of gotten better is like the price of admission for stuff for the DAO, right? Like it's now cheaper to submit wearables. We got more people making wearables than ever. I do feel like the platform's the most stable it's ever been since I've been here. And I know that doesn't fix a lot of things when we're dealing with the powers that be, but at least we're given a chance to be together. And I don't constantly feel like I'm a user, I'm a community member, but I'm not like a revenue source, if that makes sense. um and I think we just have an opportunity to be lucky right now. I really do. And I think the runway that hasn't been put in front of us right now on this platform, and I know not every platform is doing it, but I think with that open world and not being absolutely taken advantage of as like some sort of revenue source just in one way, it's like it's a lot more free. We are still given an opportunity right now to be ourselves just as people and do what we want to build. And if we come together more as a group on certain topics instead of all the topics, which goes back to his point, maybe with the DAO, but as a collective first, I think you get more done. I think even the beast, like we all came together to do this. I mean, we got a long way to go, right? But in coming together beforehand and saying, hey, these are the people who are going to be involved. These are who we're going to need support from. These are the other people over here we're going to need to get. And then with one voice, we say, hey, we're together on this. Let's make a change. Now, let's see what happens. We got a lot of work to do. And I'm really going to love to know who's going to, there are going to be some answers that need to be found, no question. But I know we're going to find them. And so maybe all our frustrations on these different subjects can be tackled together before we even hit the Dow. You know, um, to me, that's how things change. We can't just, there's too much going on, and we all have these points that we want fixed. And maybe there's like a group of 10 of us who want this point. And then there's like 16 over here who are like, nope, this is how it's got to be. So if we come together more as groups and we are committed and consistent to what that message is, we might be able to get more done than just announce our frustrations, because that's how things get lost, and that's how people get pissed, and then we start getting, we're all yelling at people and nothing gets done. But if this team of, what do we got, 50 in this room, we're like, you know what, this needs to be fixed, this is our top priority as a community, and then take that community voice in a funnel and say, hey, like, I can't make wearables for Decentraland, so I called somebody. I know this guy Rustan. He's a fucking legend. He's teaching classes over here on how to make this more possible. Let's check Rustan's schedule. Can he help us out? Let's build that first group. Then let's take the 20 people who could take the class and maybe do some work for us, who will also be learning how to do stuff. And then a funnel that says, hey, let's check the work. So by the time it gets to the DAO, it's already been seen by talented creators like Drip, Rustan again, or Brandon. And we say, okay, these 10 are wrong. So by the time we get to our endpoint funnel, which would at that point be the DAO or Decentraland, we're ready for the plan. We've solved the bottom. And I know I might pull my hair in frustration for what's next. I know I might be spending some late nights figuring out who the heck's going to give us that next bit of information? But if we build things like that as people and teams, I know we can get more done. And I really hope we use the beast as an example on how we can figure out how to work better together with Decentraland. I know there have been some issues when it comes to even just doing this linked wearable thing of recent time. Well, okay. Well, but it's really important to Decentraland because if we can welcome in a large group of people at a time and all of us are here to welcome them, we will be making change. So I'm looking at this as an opportunity, at least from our side, the Meta Beast and the family who are there, to say, how can we fix this one point? How can we make the link wearable point then be easier for the next group of people who want to do it? So more people, we are fixing more things than we are breaking. And I'm not trying to beat the drum for the beast or that conversation. I'm trying to say how we've gotten this far, at least to give it a try. And then we're going to find out how can we fix that funnel with Decentraland. So I think it's time we start thinking collectively and really hone in what that means and how we can start repairing the broken bits. And we're not going to fix everything. There is no utopia. I promise. There's barely a utopia in my kitchen for breakfast with my kids and my wife. So trying to make everybody happy is never going to happen. But I know who we are in this room and how powerful our voice is when we're all aligned. So let's start finding the alignment parts that we feel like we can start making headway on, and we chip away. And I mean, sorry for the rant, but I really love you guys. I mean, this community is what keeps me in the community. There is nothing else like this. There's no other way I could turn to you could turn to me on a Tuesday and be like, hey, we're going to do a music festival on Sunday. And I'm like, that's a great fucking idea. Let's go find 20 random fucking people, great musicians. Somebody get a Google Doc. Sin, do me a favor, convert UTC time for me. And I want you to find Kakuya. Make sure she doesn't just jump in and just take over the whole thing. It's just different, right? But the power of our difference is what we need to start proving. And I know we could do that. So sorry for the rant, but I'm bullish.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Hi.
What's up? What's up? Hey, I'm on my computer, so I'm on the microphone. I wasn't sure if it was working. Yeah, I wanted to piggyback off of what Mako was saying and also get back to In World Builder because that was what I hopped in for in the first place, like about an hour ago. But yeah, I really feel like Make always has a lot of great topics and a lot of points. Like, there's never going to be a utopia. There's never going to be a perfect metaverse out there. Like, show me one already if you have one, because I really have been looking around and I mean, don't really find nothing. No, I mean, it has its glitches too. Every metaverse has its glitches, and I mean, Hyperfy is unpopulated right now. It's getting more people, but it's still getting to that point. But anyways, what I'm saying is, there's never going to be a utopia of any of these metaverse worlds. We need to make what we have of it. A diamond doesn't start off as a diamond in a ring. Like it starts off looking like a shitty rock, and then people go and put pressure on it, and then that's how you make diamonds. I mean, it's really like, I've been clear about this since I first joined this. When I came into Decentraland, it was a business move, and I ended up falling in love with the Decentraland. It's not like it wasn't something that when I came into here, I was like, I'm gonna make $1 million. Like, no, that wasn't my approach. My approach was, I can't do things on TikTok. I can't do things on Instagram. I can't do this on Facebook, but I can do it in Decentraland. You know what I'm saying? Like, live streaming is such a hard thing to do when it comes to doing it manually, like we are doing. I know it's really complicated to get someone to teach them and whatever, but like sometimes that learning curve is I don't know what the learning curve of this being so difficult is what makes us so valuable as creators or musicians. You know what I'm saying? Like, anybody could hop into spatial and share a screen and boom, it's up there. And yeah, now they're limiting them. Look at that. I didn't even know about that till today. Now they're limiting time streamed and spatial, centralized problems. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying Decentraland is this completely decentralized and perfect and the DAO works. I am a musician. I'm a builder. I'm a creator. I'm not a dev. I'm not a coder. I'm not any of those things. So, but I listen to those people because I work with alongside of those people, and I want to know their frustrations so that I know how not to operate with a dev. Like I want to hear what the dev's complaining about, so I know what not to present him with if I end up working with that person in the future. You know what I mean? Yeah, I feel like collectively, not one person speaks for the whole foundation or the community, not collectively. Like one person's frustrations and problems may not be my problems. And that person may look at Decentraland as this one thing, and I might look at it as this way, and Make might look at it as this way, and Canessa looks at it as this way to her. Everybody has a different opinion about this world we're in. It's the same in the physical world. It's not much different. You know what I mean? But like the concept of like I was saying before about pressure building diamonds. We're all still here for a reason, and I know it's not the most perfect world and not the most perfect DAO and all that stuff like that. But man, like look what Make said. Alt space got completely annihilated from the world. You know what I'm saying? Have you spent so much money and time building a mansion there for it to just get? That's a rug pull on a whole nother level, because rug pulls are usually on profile pictures and NFT projects, not a whole metaverse platform. I don't think that can technically happen here in Decentraland. I mean, they tell us that it can't happen here, but that's what I'm betting on, is like the fact that this website's always going to be there and I can always hop in there and make something happen. Even if I don't have my live stream capabilities in it, I can go live stream to Twitch or live stream to YouTube or live stream to Instagram, and then just have my people hang out here. In Roblox, you can't even live stream into Roblox right now. You have to have like special licensing and all this money involved and a lot involved to stream directly into Roblox. That's the thing that we have that a lot of other platforms don't have, is like stable streams. And I know it's not perfect, but stable. When I came in this 2 years ago, Decentraland wasn't even close to as cool as it is right now. We have a cool ass fucking product in front of us and nobody's creating shit with it, just complaining in spaces all day. You know what I mean? Like the devs are actually doing shit behind the scenes. Last Room's actually doing stuff to make the changes that he's complaining about. We could sit in Twitter spaces all day and complain, but if you're not making the changes behind the scenes, it doesn't matter. Mies is a lot of great points too. We start from the bottom, from the foundation, not the Decentraland foundation, from the foundation of anything. We start from the bottom and you work your way up to the top. I know that like I'm not fully invested into DAO conversations and listening to 2-hour YouTube calls and all that shit like that. I listened for an hour of it today though, just to hear what the community's complaining about this week, so I can know how to navigate and move around. But at the end of the day, we have a dope ass platform here that allows us to create literally anything we want, literally anything. And you are now allowed to take your VRMs and take them to wherever other metaverse you want. Everybody bitched about that for so long. We got that. They wanted the explore page to look better. We got that. We wanted the emotes to have animations added to it. We got that. There's so much shit. Smart wearables. They told us we weren't going to get it. Yeah, they brought it back and gave it to us then. We got it. So now we have all these things now, and everybody's still bitching that there's nothing to do and there's nothing great here. I'm sitting here fucking around. I sit here and do emo 2.0s literally sometimes for like 20 minutes, just sitting there messing around on my computer, because that's what I like to do. But I'm constantly nonstop creating content because I can. I have thousands of wearables. I have millions of outfits I can wear. There's a million trending topics out there. How many of y'all are making trending topic content? Not many. There's a million topics that are out. AI. How many of y'all have made a video of you walking up to Sophia the robot and talking to her and then posting it and saying, look at AI? Or walking up to the robot at Genesis Plaza. AI is the hottest topic right now. And I see nobody talking about it in Decentraland. I'm on Instagram talking about it. I'm in Zoom calls. I'm in Google Meet calls with other business investors and people who want to possibly come into this in the future. They're there, guys. They're watching us like hawks. And even if they don't necessarily come into Decentraland, they're going to take notes on what's happening in Decentraland and what we should and what we shouldn't do in our metaverse. But it still is something built on a blockchain. It is not simple. It is not simple. There's contract addresses. There's hacks that happen every single month, every single day at this point. I wake up today, oh, look, another 30 Bored Apes hacked from this NFT trader business, whatever. So contracts are constantly getting changed. Yeah, your NFT picture might not be on display on your wall, but like you could still throw a fucking dope ass party. Like, I mean, I just feel like we're just still missing like on the point of like, it's hard enough to sometimes get 20 to 30 people in a Twitter space, let alone a metaverse world. And you guys we've all been doing it for 2 years. Bear market, 20 to 50 people, 60 people, 70 max. Some of the events I've had a lot more. I've had Decentral Games events with 300-400 people in at once and spread across all realms. Show me another metaverse we could have 400 people in a metaverse world all together. Don't say the other side, because that shit is like so far away from us. But like, just think about what we actually have in front of us. Decentral Games is an example of like constantly collabing with people and constantly getting things to happen. And then, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like we just have so much greatness in front of us. And yeah, I'm more of an optimistic person. Some people are more pessimistic, so they're always gonna look at the negative side of things. I'm a person who always looks at the good side of things. Like, what can I make from this? How can I make this better? How can I make my parties better? I don't even code. I have never coded anything onto any of my builds for 2 years, y'all. For 2 years, not one piece of code on any of my builds. And I've hosted 100+ events. So I mean, I just want to show you guys, because it's different to say, yeah, we wish these things could happen, but like, I'm actually living it and doing it. I've DJ'd thousands. I wouldn't say thousands. I would say hundreds and hundreds of hours of DJ sets, and there's no other place where I can do this. I stopped streaming to TikTok for literally almost 2 years because I was so heavily invested into how can I make this Web3 life work. Now I'm slowly but surely moving back to the Web2, only because if it ain't working, if it ain't working, you got to move to where it is working. Roblox and Fortnite have 100+ million users every single day, so I've been trickling back into those a little bit. But remember, we're on like year 4. Well, technically it's like year 3, because most people really didn't come to after the Zuckerberg announcement. But like, we're on like year 3 of this. So like, I think people need to just have a little bit more patience. I know nothing anybody says is going to ever be perfect for everybody. Like Mike said, you can't satisfy the whole house. No household is perfect. If you have a family, you'd know. If you live by yourself, I'm happy for you. But like, you know, there's going to be, when you have a bunch of people from all over the world, no time zones, no barriers, no boundaries, there's going to be issues and there's going to be problems. But I feel like as a musician and as a builder, I wouldn't still be here if I didn't enjoy it and I didn't love it. Like, I get to DJ from my house later on with old guy who I've never met in person. I've never met him ever. And we've done business together for like over a year now. And I say do business because y'all know I do charge for DJ sets. It's not a mystery or something that nobody knew. I do charge for DJ sets. Not every single one of them, but majority of them I do charge a specific rate. And I get to work with people from that I've never met before and do events with them. I mean, I think that, to me, like, that's amazing. Like what Meg said, you could just call your friends up. Like right now, if I want to throw a party in 3 minutes, I could fire up my live stream and throw a party and invite all you guys and come hang out, and we could just throw a party like right now. Where else can you really even do that? You know how long.
But CJ, I don't think anybody's saying like what we have now isn't great. I think we're worried about losing it because the foundation that's building these tools and this platform isn't really listening to what we want. Like
That right
you
there, they're not
you
listening.
said that, you know, you're able to build all this stuff without using a bit of code. Like, how would you feel if all of a sudden the foundation was like, well, we're just going to get rid of the builder because they don't know how much people are using it. They've already talked about getting rid of the builder. And, you know, there was a lot of pushback on people from the community. So that was like one instance where they listened to us.
I'm not sure who's. I think. I thought it was. I couldn't see your mic moving for a second. No, I do get that because I work with a team like Roomway, and I watched it go from, a party at Wisher to this massive giant, 18-part game you can play. Like, and I know that when the transition from 6 to 7 is frustrating. But like I said, I'm not a dev to like see that hands on, but I do work with teams, and that's why I said I do care about what the teams feel. I do care about what Fuego and Dr. Drip say. I talk to them on DMs every single day about all this stuff. You have no idea how many conversations I have with people like behind the scenes of everything going on in the Decentraland. Like, I'm not just a musician here to scoop up money from you all and never show face. Like, I'm here every single day. Even on days that I can't really be, I still try to log in and just hop into a party for a quick second and show my support. But coming from I'm gonna speak just from a musician's perspective. From a musician, like, most musicians are coming into here to perform. They're not coming in here to become part of a DAO and to deal with those frustrations. That's for the people that are going through their frustrations to deal with. But and yeah, like I said, it's a touchy subject because everybody has their looks on what's happened in the last 2 years. And for me, the last 2 years, all I see is, I look at the optimism. Like I said, I look at the fact that I've been able to make physical business connections with people, get booked for weddings and on a Great Lake in Michigan, meet with people in Texas, meet with people in all these other places. I've met with people behind the scenes too. that's why I'm here. My job here is my goal here is to network with the people that I'm in the digital world with, to make physical things happen, and then bridge that gap between those two. But everybody's outlook is different. Some people are here to make a game. Some people are here to make money from a game. Some people are here to develop the next. I don't know. I'm not a dev, but I'm here to throw parties. When I threw my first party in middle school in 6th grade, like no one showed up. I had one person show up, and I'm still doing that in a digital world. So I've taken my physical life and just transferred it all to digital, and now I'm bridging between the two. But not all the frustrations is everybody's frustrations. That's what I wanted to say. Like,
and CJ, I think that's important, but I think what was said yesterday, I think it is valuable for everybody to go back and listen to that, because if it's my understanding, it is the foundation that is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that they're saying that the DAO that powers them, basically has no, I don't know, help me if I'm misunderstanding everybody else, but like basically they're going to do what they're going to do regardless of a future DAO vote. Now, you can like the DAO or hate the DAO, but that affects everybody, party DJs, everybody. That right there threatens the sanctity of the DAO, in my opinion, and that is everybody's problem.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a digital world. Coders are essential, and like the community of coders that actually build on the platform have some concerns about building on it. So I, I know you're speaking from a performer's perspective, but yeah, I mean, it is important to look deeper in, because the code is actually like something that should be like taken into account, because if the code is not there, maybe you wouldn't be able to perform on Decentraland.
no, and I do get that. I really do. But I feel like everything in life is a stepping stone to the next thing. That's for me, at least. It's not like I'm not here to be in Decentraland for 25 more years. I'd love to, but that's not a guarantee for all of us. We might be in GTA 6 in 2 years, and nobody's talking about Decentraland. Let's just really look at what this is. We don't all have to be here. We're not held by chains and in prison. You know what I mean? Like, we choose to log into Decentraland every single day. You can choose to log in a Hyperfire or Spatial or any other metaverse, but we all end up here still. So how can we just, I get that the DAO does control a lot of what happens here. It's not really a decentralized thing, because, I mean, one person has 4 million plus voting power. I mean, I know about those things because I watch and listen. What's stopping somebody from buying $10 million worth of mana and then running it too? I mean, is that possible? I don't know if that's possible or not, but that's something I look at, is like, what if Walmart decides tomorrow they want to be the next big whale in Decentraland, and they go buy $100 million worth of mana? I don't know. I'm just speaking on my ass, but what does that change? What would that do?
I guess that's the thing, is it wouldn't change anything, is what they told us. Is like, no matter what the DAO does, the foundation's going to do what they want, and they're not going to listen to anything that we want. And like, back to what Mies was talking about, I've been working with agile processes for my entire software career, like as a developer, and what's incredibly common is for companies to want to be able to adapt quickly to what their users and their customers and their stakeholders want. But like, they're basically telling us they don't really care. And man, I was with you, like, just last week I was kind of playing devil's advocate and trying to like paint trying to see things from the foundation's point of view in a more positive light. When Lastrom was here saying like, it's all about money, they don't care about us, they're not listening to us, and they don't really, all they really want is to pump their bags, basically. In my mind, I was thinking like, it seems so cynical. It can't be the case. But like, I'm telling you, what I heard at yesterday's meeting really kind of made me think maybe Lastrom was on point with that assessment, because I mean, they kind of put it into words in ways that I had never really experienced before.
Yeah, I did hear that part though. I listened, like I said, I did listen to an hour of it. I didn't have a chance to listen to the rest of it because the space had started. But I did listen to that part, there's a lot of red flags. Like it's a thing where I'm not gonna say there's not red flags and there isn't things there, but like I said, I don't know anything about. I'm a new investor, so I don't know anything really about that side of things. I just started getting into investing in 2020 when the pandemic hit. You know, like I was one of those guys. I'm from the hood. I don't know a thing about investing or stocks or none of that stuff. They never taught us none of that in school. And then Robinhood came out, and I learned how to do stocks, and then that led to Coinbase, and that led to this. You know, but I feel like that's a perfect example. I went from Robinhood to Coinbase to Decentraland to what's going to be possibly next. Like these are all things that I'm here to learn the skills that I need to learn as a 3D designer and a creator and blender, and like Brandon said, you could design stuff here and you can deal with the complications here. You could pretty much take it and do it anywhere else. That's less complicated. But yeah, I don't know much about finances, so that's why that's why I've always been clear. Every space I hop into, I wasn't here to become a politician or understand the voting thing and all that stuff like that. That wasn't what I signed up for. But I ended up working with projects, and I can't say that I haven't made money from DAO funds because I have been paid from certain projects, as a musician, to come and provide services as a DJ. But I do really, and I'm here to listen to everybody's frustrations and concerns because, like I said, I do care about this platform. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. But I really hope that we can all work it out, and I'm sure that is more easier said than done for the devs and the coders and everything like that, because they're the ones dealing with that stuff, and us as creators, we're just kind of dealing with like what's ever given to us at the bottom of things that get deployed. But I want to get back to In-World Builder because that was my original thing I came in here to talk about. I didn't get a chance to hop into the test session yesterday, but I ended up getting alpha access and really messing with the In-World Builder. I really enjoy it. I really think that, like Brandon said, I wish we had it from the beginning, but we didn't. And now we're making the change. So I think that that's a great example of this isn't here. Let's hit up the foundation. Now it's here. And I just commend the Last Slice team for, I don't know, all the frustrations and things you guys have dealt with, but I really feel like Angzar is so far ahead of what Decentraland had given us. And I preach so many times, let's make Angzar the new Genesis Plaza. I feel like this should be what people pop into when they first hop in the world. They should be able to see the wearables. They should be able to see the emotes happening. They shouldn't have to go to a separate marketplace. Angzar is a great example, and of taking what's the thing, making I want to say the diamond reference again, but making diamonds out of a shitty looking ugly rock that just got pulled out of the ground. I think Angzar is a perfect example of that. So yeah, I commend everybody who's still here building and grinding and bringing teams in. And yeah, I stress the whole VRM thing just because let's say Foundation does go down to shit. I got like 100 VRMs now. I could just hop into other worlds of my Decentraland avatar and hop in there. But I've spent thousands of dollars on things too, getting all this running. I've spent like money to rent a server to host events. I've spent money on Vimeo Pro so I can play pre-recorded sets. Then there's like Restream, and there's all these expenses that come in from doing this versus someone just hopping in on Twitch, setting up a OBS, and then boom, they press start stream, and boom, they're streaming to Twitch. That's the difference between this being a creator in Web 2 and being a creator in Web 3. This is a lot more. It's like driving a manual car. We're literally driving a manual car, and then Web 2 is almost like driving a Tesla. It's like on autopilot. It helps. It guides you through and gets you to the point. But we're here driving manual, and sometimes you got to go in there and fix the clutch. Sometimes you got to go in there and fix the gears. You know what I mean? And I feel like the right people are in there doing that, and I love having a person like Lastrom in there to be a disruptor, so we can really hear what we need to hear. It's not like it's like I said, I don't ignore all of it. I do listen, and I try to like just chime in as a musician, as a performer, as a person who's here building on creating and has made thousands of dollars from what I've been doing here. Yeah, I just want to inspire the next person to possibly do the same and show them that you can be given a shitty ass venue. You could be given a dive bar. Like you ever been to a dive bar and then have a good ass time in there? I mean, I've been to plenty of dive bars and I've had better times there than when I'm sitting in a ballroom, fucking $1 million party, and everybody's bougie and all to themselves and shit. You know what I mean? Like we're here, we're here, like we're all here together for a reason, and I just can't stress that enough. How much I really love performing for y'all and hanging out with y'all in the chat. And yeah, I can't wait to see what next year brings. Hopefully, it's just more improvements, and that's what I'm here to see. And if not, then I'll be on to the next platform. I mean, no one's paying me to be here in Decentraland. I've applied for jobs, and no one's ever even hit me up for a job to work there. But I wanted to change. I wanted to make the change from within. So I applied for jobs, didn't get accepted, and now we just move on to the next thing. I mean, that's just how I work.
Yeah,
Thank you,
I mean,
CJ.
each one of us are here for our own reasons. Like for you, it could be to like build your community and move on to the next platform. A lot of us are, have put in a lot of time and effort to the platform to be able to, make this the platform that they want to be on. It's to each their own. I'm going to pass it back to Canessa, and then I really would like to hear from Dr. Drip. He's had his hand up for a while now.
I'm just
Sorry,
going
I
to
can't
pass
see
it right
hands
to
on the
Drip.
computer.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Drip.
Thank you. No worries. Thank you guys. So I just wanted to share, I guess, my perspective of some of these complaints. The first thing I'd like to do is extend a heartfelt apology if anyone has seen these complaints that I've been making or anyone else has been making and has started to feel badly about it. That's not my intention, so I apologize for that. But I think that the things that are being said in this forum, both in that YouTube video and here today, and on Twitter, some people are waking up and responding with fresh thoughts. Um, the So first, CJ, I appreciate the perspective you've given as an outside perspective, as a musician, a creator on the platform. For the metaphor you used of using a bar, it's like in a bar scenario, I can see my avatar and my emotes work. So I think that a lot of the developers and people that are behind the scenes that you're seeing coming up, they've already been giving the benefit of the doubt to these individuals and the foundation as a whole for a very long time, and we've all had a very positive outlook. And it's getting to the point where we're starting to realize that some of the things that we've classified as FUD or conspiracy theories video, um, they basically said that any decision made by the DAO is basically fake. It's just smoke. It doesn't matter because they're going to continue to do what they decide anyways. They've demonstrated this with features that they've released with no insight from the community, no regards to the DAO and the way that these proposals have ended. And they said that straight out. That's why we were all kind of really in shock, and that's why some of us that were continuing to give the benefit of the doubt were saying, wait a minute, something's not right here. That's why people were starting to say maybe the foundation is going to fill their bags no matter what. They get their paycheck no matter what, whether they deliver or not. And if they don't deliver, the job gets even easier. Like, and then they're making new things that are supporting their travel and vacations in their areas, and it's starting to get a little bit more suspicious. And what they said in that video basically proves to a lot of individuals, and going back to those that are raising these concerns, I mean, to speak highly of Angzar, and then to, I mean, the main developer behind Angzar, Lastrom, is kind of the focal point, of bringing up some of these issues, and to kind of discount what he's saying, but then say that his project is amazing is a little backwards to me, because I think that that plat that that build, that platform, that game, I guess I could call it a game, but Angzar itself could do so much better if it wasn't phased by all of this poor development, all of this live testing on a production server, poor communication. The least they could do is say, hey, this is coming out and it's going to break something. I mean, in that video, Mies had to get up there and basically beg them to delay the rollout of these new URL structure changes, which is something that a regular content creator has no knowledge about, and how much it will disrupt and break the platform. So they're basically begging, and this is, I mean, you want to say that DG is doing great things. DG's with us too. Those guys are pulling their hair out. Those guys are not having a good time. Those guys are causing a scene in the general channels, because they're at their wits' end. So like it's a lot of the big players, and the reason why you're only seeing a few people speak out is because a lot of those big players are trying their best to keep their cool, and it's just starting to finally add up. And a lot of us are at our wits end. We can't even keep the platform. I went online yesterday before the Roomway event, and for the very first time in the, I want to say ever, I saw the bottom of the places board, and it was above the fold. There was no last slot on the places board. So you want to talk about the parties and how we keep being positive about it? It's like people are dropping off, and it's not because of people posting complaints or trying to get heard. It's because the platform literally is not working, and those people don't care. They don't play the game. They don't get in here to look at. They don't take the bug report seriously. They just say record a video, and they hope that you can't that it won't reproduce because you're going to go check it, instead of them giving it a shot and trying to do their job or trying to get into the world more than just on music festival when it's breaking anyways, and they just ignore that too. So like the bigger problem with the frustration and people like starting to voice these feelings of frustration is literally because they don't listen, and we're tired of not being heard. Like we just want to be heard. And even in that interview, in that discussion yesterday, they were trying to not make it an open discussion. They wanted it so that you had to sit and wait your turn. And when that became an issue for continuing thoughts, like for example, Lastrom wanted, and he asked for a yes or no question, and they wanted to drag it on to some long response. And instead of continuing his thought, he had to wait for this long response instead of just getting yes or no. So when he said yes or no, please, they called him violent for requesting that, and it's perfect. That's like, it's not even a metaphor. Like they don't want to hear it. They don't want to listen. When we ask a question, they want to give this long-winded answer that is not yes or no. They want to dance around it like a politician. And the reason I find that crazy is because they even said, "I feel like I'm in a political what did they say, a debate." And it's like, well, that's because it's not an open conversation, and because you're trying to dance around the questions. So the whole thing that happened yesterday comes down to not being listened about the problems that are going on. And I really think that those need to be taken very seriously, because we could all just keep giving the benefit of the doubt until everyone leaves, everything goes to zero, all the super corrupt whales make it so that them and their buddies get in core positions, and then the platform is toast. So like that's not what I want, because I love the platform. For me, when I joined, it wasn't about making money. It was about, whoa, I can make a backwards hat and put it into a video game. Are you kidding me? And I've been sucked here ever since, to the point where it's been degrading my entire life. And I still don't care. I still love this platform. So yes, I'm going to raise my voice a little bit. I'm going to, if I have to lose my cool because no one's listening, at least I ran it by my friends and we all feel the same way. And it's not just Doc having a bad day. It's, we need to finally say something, because otherwise it's all going to go to shit, and then we'll just have nothing. And the last thing I want to put, just the cherry on top, the reason why some of us are losing our cool with this tone is because in that interview you could hear they were muting Lastrom. They were not answering Nikki's question. I was raising my hand at the very end. You could see it. I put it down, I raised it up, I put it down, I raised it up, and they wouldn't even look at me. So when they put this meeting together so that they could hear us, and they called it a synergy meeting, like what? Okay, that's all. I'm sorry. I'm getting way too over the top. But I hope my points are made. Thank you.
Doc, I mean, you brought up great points. I'm just going to hit quickly and then pass it to Alpha. Like, I feel like like the term the canary in the gold mine. I know. So if you don't know why they used to take canaries into gold mines or coal mines, sorry, they would bring birds in, canaries in a cage, because canaries would sing, and if they stopped singing and died, they would know that the mine filled up with carbon monoxide and they were all going to die, and so they'd get out of there. And so that's where that phrase "bring the canary in the gold mine" comes from. I feel like the devs are the canaries in the gold mine, or not gold mine, sorry, coal mine. I feel like the devs get this because they understand the infrastructure. If you think about it like a pyramid, at the bottom of the pyramid, the devs are the ones creating, all of the code, all of the foundation that goes into that. So like CJ, you and I, we're way up on the top of the pyramid. I mean, I'm making emotes, you're doing club stuff. Like it doesn't affect us as much because we're what we do, the services that we have are sitting way on top of this stuff. Like, there's coders, then there's like 3D builders, and then there's, like it's a pyramid. And so I feel like we do have to listen to the devs, what they're saying. They're the canaries in the coal mines. Like there's something going on, and you really don't have to be a dev to, if you listening to that meeting yesterday should be mandatory to anybody, just so everybody is educated and they can make their own decision based on what is being said and also what's being not said.
No, and I
Alpha.
respect that, like, and that's why I have been listening to every single person over the last few weeks. I've been very observant, if you guys have noticed, over the last 2 months, just because I've been, I had the music festival was a perfect example. And you got, if you really look in the help Discord channel and you just type in DJ tracks, I mean, you could see how many things I've reported over the last 2 years. I really and I'm here to try to make this platform better. I'm not a person who just is optimistic and is just like everything's perfect and great. Like it's I'm optimistic, but I'm still realistic at the same time. And that's why I've always said clearly, like, hey, this might catapult us to another platform, but that's not fair to people who spent thousands of dollars, not just money, but the time they spent building the games that they built. I know how frustrating that could be. I really do. And it's why I've been listening and just taking notes and figuring out what I can do to make my experience better, for those who are coming in and having to refresh 18 times and screens, all that stuff like that. I've reported literally thousands of issues, to try to make them better. But yeah, and I understand everybody can say that, the foundation hasn't been listening, but I can disagree a little bit with that, just because as far as like some of the things that we do have now, we didn't have 2 years ago. I mean, I know it's not everything we asked for, but some of the things that I asked for and the stuff that I talked to Mayara about was implemented in that change, and I've seen them happen. I know it's slow, but I've seen them happen, and that's the only reason why my perspective is a little bit different than everybody else's. And like Drip said, I talk to Drip all the time. Me and Drip talking to DMs about issues and problems with the DCL itself. But yeah, I'm only speaking from a builder without coding perspective, and that's, like I said, that's different than someone who has been coding and dealing with SDK 5, 6, and 7. I don't even know what happened before 5 or whatever. Like I don't even think I was a part of it. I didn't really come into SDK 6. But newcomers coming in are gonna look at us like, SDK, what's that? What's this? What's that? And I don't know. I just but yeah, I have been listening, and I do care, and it's why I spend my time in here. I could spend time doing a million other things, but I really want to make this platform better, and I want to listen and figure out how I can make the platform better from my perspective, because people look to me as a leader and they look at me as whatever they want to look at me as. But sometimes my page, my Twitter page is just a reflection of my experience and what I want to post, and that's what I decide to post. And I'm not taking away from anybody who's frustrated out there and wants to speak their opinion and speak in a higher voice and with a little more tone and a little more umph to it. Like, we need these conversations. It's not like we shouldn't have them. I just always say that what's the next step? That's always my thing. What's the solution? And obviously it's sometimes you can't come to a solution, then it's a matter of just moving on. I mean, I know that sucks, but like I said, we're not here being held here in prison. If you have a DAO and you have funds, yeah, that's kind of like holding you prison. But you wanted to make that project happen in a certain amount of time. That's what happens in any business. I mean, it's but I know that like I know there's a lot of shit's broken, guys. I know, I get it, I do, but like we're all still here and we're all still doing shit. And yeah, the platform might go to shit in a
Yeah,
few
but
years, but
like,
I mean,
but we're not. Like, there are people, there are big DJs, big people leaving, building in other metaverses. And I think, as time goes on, that we'll realize, like, oh, those parties that haven't been happening, it's because they've been building in, Roblox. I want to pass it on to Alpha. You've had your hand up for a long time, and I can see your deltoids getting tired. So, Alpha.
Hey, what's up, family? I want to give it back to you and Sinful. Thank you for hosting these spaces consistently. Much love to you guys. Much love to everyone else in the room. I really love what you guys been sharing. I wanted to jump in. I really wanted to share a question that like people can ponder on. When we came into Decentraland, we were the community creating the culture. We kind of erased what OG meant, and that's what really kept me in the game. Like locking arms with real people who have passion, which is being displayed today. You can see we have passion. My question to you guys is: Decentraland wasn't ready for the bull run when we came in. Are we even ready for the bull run that's coming? That's my question to like everyone in the room. After being in that call yesterday and just witnessing what was happening, Lastrom, who is amongst the top developers on the platform, shout out to everyone at Last Light Studios, and shout out to everyone who's developing for this platform. You guys have inspired other developers to really start creating something for their own. And I've seen amazing games start from nothing, just from a group of friends. Vroomway start from a group of friends who had a vision, came together. That's community. We are the foundation too, and we're telling the foundation to respect us as one, because we want to lock arms with them. And that's what I loved about what Last Room was sharing. You guys have your own funds, and you guys are, where there we hired them to have the responsibility of the clients. We need to like set that line very firm. The same way that Yamel was saying that there's a line set down, we need to set that line of who's working for who. We love this platform, and we wanna duplicate ourselves. I want to see more CJ tracks become developed and inspired. More Dr. Drips, more Vroomway, more Sinfuls, more Canessa, more Roostons, more Brandon Manis, more Me's, more Unknowers, more Quans, more KJs, more Fancy. We need those resellers. We need everyone. We are the community. And if Decentraland, whoever the founders are, or like, the foundation, if they're willing to just mute when something triggers them, instead of actually letting like the community's pain like hit the table, and then we can all, clean it up together. We're doing this to grow the platform. We're not shitting on Decentraland. I love Decentraland. I've said it from the beginning. I'm not leaving this platform. I'm going to be dead before my wallet gets passed over. I want to be here. But once you start seeing the community leave, and the culture will go with it, if you think these parties are just going to keep having themselves, what is the foundation going to create if no one is going to use it? We are the community, and we're expressing our opinions. We're expressing our passion that we want to be here. We want to build with them. Please allow us at the table. CJ, you basically said you've experienced it yourself. That's why it's a little different. You've shared how you wanted some things changed, and then you saw it change. Like, we want that to continue happening. Now open up the table to the rest of the people who log in every single day, plan events every single week, try to create something for the platform. We want the foundation to get in the ring, get in the world, fuck a ring, get in the world with us. Get in the world with us. And then like get the feel for where this passion is coming from. These aren't attacks. This is just these are just expression of thoughts of our experiences. We feel like we love this platform. We've seen how it's grown so far. We believe in each other enough that we can all take it to the next level if the foundation allows us at the table. But if the foundation feels like, oh yeah, we're inspired by you guys, don't get it wrong, but we're just gonna, there's a fine line. We have an agenda. Some of your ideas we'll take, of course, to let you guys know we're working on it. But you guys aren't. This is our shit. We created this shit. Remember who's running it. Like when I saw that happening, I was like, wow. If they did that to last room, it don't matter about any one of us in this room. But I do love you guys. I know my passion just kind of seeped out there too.
Hey,
So I'm gonna get back to work.
hey, Alpha. Like you kind of just mentioning just now about like when we first got in the platform. I know you and I got into Decentraland or like literally around the same time. And like there was none of this. There was no community gathering. There was no sharing of ideas and thoughts. There was none of it. Like we've all built this together. And like just a funny example, like we went like from the very beginning. Remember when the current CEO of Decentraland didn't even have his name minted, and like I just like whip into the DAO, and I'm into his proposal, and I said, I'm not voting until you purchase your name. Or one name claim, as my joke used to be. And the dude like straight up like goes like, you know what, you're right. And freaking goes and mints his name. Like I like I'm sorry,
Dude,
I'm
that's what I'm saying.
stumbling over here.
That's community culture. We created that. The foundation can't say they created that because they're not even creating it still. Yes, they're creating the things that we can use that enables us to use these tools that have helped the culture, but 100% right, bro. When we came in, it was just us. I met you at Rouston's. I saw what Rouston was doing. I'm like, dude, this is lit. These little like home gathering. He even called it was Rouston. It was Casa Rouston. We felt like we was at his house. Everyone was just in there, and then you saw admins fucking naked body with a snake around him. I'm like, dude, he got some dope back. Going in his profile, seeing what he got, and like it was people like him and Canessa that really like inspired us to like, yo, I want to have a backpack like that. Like, the community did that. It wasn't Yamel, it wasn't Ari Malek. Esteban. Thank you guys for taking this idea and manifesting it so that we could enjoy this experience years later. I'm so thankful for that. But I never discredit Decentraland's ability to get where it got today. But listen to the community where we are today so that we can take it to the next level and be the best metaverse platform that exists.
Yeah, I mean, we're the ones using it. We definitely have a first-hand experience. Go ahead, Canessa.
Oh, I was gonna say I went into Esteban last year, and of course, I had to spotlight emo in front of him. such a, I'm such a ham. Okay, so maybe I like spotlighted a lot, and he's like, "How did you do that?" And I'm like, "Well, here, it's the new emote." And he's like, "How do you buy an emote?" So yeah, I had to show Esteban how to buy an emote in the marketplace too. So thank thank goodness, not financial advice to have a backpack like mine. It might be all I have someday. But yeah, I mean, there, yeah.
And
Okay, I
and
won't.
for and for some clarity, Esteban is a co-founder of Decentraland, of the actual platform itself, and did not know how to buy a name, or I mean, not know how to buy an emote. So I mean, once again, comes back to like I think the big wigs need to dip in there. Okay, I know that some hands have been up for a while. I think it was Make, then Meese, then One Existence. Do I have that correct?
So I'll just be quick. First of all, well, I'm never quick. First of all, I hear Dr. Drip loud and clear, and there are plenty of places in my life where that shit is like norm. I think there's actually a starting point to solving this, though. Like you got Lasham, you got Trip, we've got these builders, okay? So they just said, "Hey, we're putting our feet in the sand. This is how it's going to be. We don't like this." As a crew, as a community, as the leaders who deal with the developing, we don't unionize, but we strategize and we come out voice specific. And as a voice, you go back as that voice. We don't go back with just our hands up waiting in line for somebody to talk to us. We go and say, "Hey, this line of code that you're talking about is going to take everybody else who built all this stuff 60 to 80 hours to redo this. So, how can we get there together? How can we roll this out together? How can we start opening the lines of communication to direct pipelines of certain groups? It's like we got to spring the taps. I mean, at the end of the day, and shout out our community manager from Kickoff East Red who just stopped in. Been a passionate conversation today. I can't thank you enough for helping the Meta Beast get together to even give us an opportunity on our side of the fence, on the B side. Red has been absolutely helping everybody learn how to use Blender. He's been showing up, and just huge love, family. Anyway, on that said, let's reverse these pipelines. Let's get these conversations from builders or coders or developers. Let's get them together. Let's make a statement that is clear about what, especially either line of code or what we're going to do, how we're going to roll them out, and who are the 2 or 3 people who might be able to have that kind of pipeline funnel coming back so we can ease these issues. And I'm not saying it's just going to happen or it's going to be easy, but I think it's incredibly important. And I keep hearing it again. I was with CJ. I think at least CJ, and I think in existence when alt space turned off. I thought I lost. I how you doing, MB? Spicy. Um, I thought I lost everything that I had built, but the truth was I didn't lose the people around me, and I've then taken that time and all the inspiration from Rustan and CJ and all these amazing builds. And I said, shit, let's get some people together who are builders over here and let's build some more. I think it's super important that and I get frustration. I get trying to talk to management. I mean, I've been a freelance artist my whole life. I've been getting told what to do as a creative my whole goddamn life, let alone chasing people to get paid for it. But whenever we got shit to change, it was because a bunch of very focused people came in with very direct pipelines that made sense to get things done. So I would just say let's lean on that. I definitely, and then coming away from this conversation, because the next part of, at least for our side, is we are going to need someone, maybe if not from Decentraland, is close to it of where we are now with the data, so we can get this stuff linked. And we don't have that answer yet, but I know that the answers are going to be found in this room and with those developers. So if someone wants to circle back with me, because before we start building, I'd really love a game plan on how to make this the easiest experience for Decentraland, and the powers that be. But also, I really want to make this a roadmap for how the next group of people come in can jump in. And it's not going to come from a page of code that's been changed and different, and everybody's looking at this from different ways. It's going to come from conversation and a game plan. And if we can figure out this one little piece, maybe we can take on the next task. And this is not just for me. I really feel like I talked to two people one who got wearables approved, and today these wearables still aren't on platform. So if we can fix that this time, we should be able to make sure it's a fix for everybody, and then we'll fix that one thing. So if anybody has suggestions on, I think I need to talk to Lastrom, no question. Uh, Drip, I'm going to need you, my G. But, maybe this is a way to start a funnel, like where we could try this as a crew, find that person who could have a confident conversation with the other side's dev team and figure out how to make this a cleaner process. Let's just win one battle at a time.
Make, I think the next step as far as the link wearables, so since it's a DAO proposal, there will be somebody assigned to it. And I think that meeting with them and getting the ball rolling, I think that I'm hoping that'll be the person, who will give us the next step of guidance. And I would love to be in on that, even though it's one existence who wrote the proposal and is,
We are meta beast. There is nobody, not a single person who is not. We are a team.
yeah.
We are a union. We are strong. We are Decentraland lovers. We are taking our favorite home and introducing them to a wonderful set of builders who want to keep creating. And when Rustan teaches that class, and then we fix these for the beast, we're also going to be teaching beasts about how to build wearables. It's going to achieve a lot of goals. But my point, and the bigger point, and I hope that person has the answers. I really actually think there needs to be a little communication funnel between the two dev sides, because I think there's a little right now. It's just a bit off from the process where we're not all talking to each other, just kind of like what we're announcing our frustrations. um, I think with a conversation or two and a couple of people that see clearly, we might even be able to adjust, the written to say, hey, here are the 3 steps. Here are your key points. And here's where we've made these changes to make this process easier. I really hope this process is not just to welcome the beast, but it's to welcome the next 5 communities who want to try this and welcome their people. But by fixing the funnel on both sides, we're going to do something about it. This is not just for us. This is not selfish purpose. This is for everybody. Let's get it.
Yeah, I'll just grab this one, make, and say that like Oddjob and I, our grant for Decentral Ed is to create documentation, and what we've been looking for are pieces of the official documentation that are missing, like how to rotate your scene, or linked wearables, or oh, you can't make static wearables like riding on a surfboard because the legs are still like, there's nothing in the documentation that says that. And so I will personally put this on the list, and it'll be one of the first ones that we get out there and push out to the world, because that's exactly what we want to do, is find these pieces that are not there, the information that really could start at the bottom up, like somebody coming in from the outside. I mean, it we're all experienced people here, and look at the challenges that we faced with just this linked wearable.
And it,
uh
but it, just to jump in, because I'm so with you and I cannot wait, Canessa. It's also just like the difference between what gets filtered into the proposal versus like what actually has to happen between. There's just like gray matter, right? And there's the uploader, which I have heard it currently works. I have heard it doesn't, versus the single loader, right? So they're just little like things to get back. But I think I know we're going to do it. I know I've never seen more fucking creative people bulldoze through reality and do it all together like this. There's a reason we all fucking can't get enough. Like, we don't even go and talk on in Decentraland. We use it. I mean, if I had anything that I would ever wish for this thing, is a spell check. I'm dyslexic. I've been a photographer for 20 years because a picture's worth 1,000 words. Every time I go into the chat box, I have Google open in case I fuck up a word that looks fucked up. But I'm pretty sure most of the time you guys see what I write and you're like, who, like, somebody get this man out of kindergarten. But either way, it's still the most fun to be in that damn chat box, because you're doing it with people who just want to be together and want to push forward. So I mean, I think Drip, as soon as the wearable thing is top priority in this family. But when that's done, I'd love to get you, Lastrom, whoever are really building the things, and say, okay, let's look at the fence. Let's find some sort of rollout solution that doesn't hurt us, at least funnel wise.
Well,
They're gonna do what they're gonna do.
the problem is that was just done. That's already been done. A lot of these developers have talked amongst themselves, and that's what yesterday was an attempt to do that. That's why they put together the synergy meeting, and you could see it was not very synergetic. It was a lot of censorship. So I really appreciate what you're doing and what you're trying to say, but it's already been done, and they don't listen.
Well,
Furthermore, what
let's
they say is go make a DAO proposal, and what they literally said yesterday was DAO proposals don't matter. So I
I'm
don't know.
really sorry. And you know what? I think they had their synergy meeting where they basically laid out some terms that said, well, there's a lot of bullshit. That doesn't mean we can't come back together with a clear voice and say, hey, we do think it matters. We are spending our time here. It matters. Here are our key points. Here are 7. And I know you have 20, but here are 7 that we need fixed as a collective of builders and your community that we feel passionate about. We're not going to be ignored. Not if we do it together with a clear goal, with our best intentions of not getting back or telling them they're wrong, or like we live that every fucking day. Right now, 100% of the people feel 150% of the people feel 100% different just about their fucking breakfast. Not let alone who they want to vote for president, what they want to see changed. But the thing we can do when we have voices like yours and them, not in an AMA format where everybody's trying to get their bearings, but we come back. And we come back not even through the door. We come back with a written statement that says, here's where we're at. Here is, and I'm not saying doubt, I'm saying logic. Let's use logic and smarts. It's never going to happen in an AMA, but we could do this. I'm telling you, I will be right there with you. I will write every word with a spell checker. I have your back, brother. That's a promise. And we can make fucking changes. We have proved that every fucking time I'm in Decentraland. I know that sucked. We just took a huge L and we got told we don't matter, essentially. That's what people are feeling. Now we get back our shit back together and we say we do matter. And these are the things that are most important to us. And we want to help you grow. Let's open the funnels. I'm telling you, we got this. I swear to you. I know how stupid it sounds, and I know how long you guys have been pushing against a fucking rock uphill. But more people are coming in every day who want this to succeed. And if we all do it together with focus and clear cut like needs, we're not fixing them all, but we'll get some done and we'll keep fucking moving. And I swear to you, Dr. Drip, I will be right there next to you. I promise.
Hey, I gotta head out of here, but I just want to leave you off of one thing because this is something that I said it during my rant earlier, but I wanted to touch back on it. But somebody put a tweet out. Is named Serge. He's a crypto person, but he put another day, another exploit. Typical in the Web3 space. We shouldn't even be talking about mass adoptions when things like this are happening every single day. Like, and I mean, I know, the metaverse is different than trading and NFTs, but to me, that's where I'm looking at on the zoomed out perspective of everything going on. I know these are the internal problems, but the external problems are that security and hacks are too common and it's too regular. I know it happens in Web 2 with emails and different things you can click and all that stuff like that too, but that to me is by far the biggest red flag in crypto in general is security, hacks. I mean, it's happening. Cybersecurity hacks are going to be so normal next year that you're going to hear about it and just like, oh, it's just another hack. But like, I watched the movie that just came out recently. It was about cybersecurity hacks. But like when nobody got Wi-Fi, nobody got electricity, like none of this is gonna matter. But yeah, I just wanted to say the security and hacks are one of the biggest reasons why I feel like people from the outside looking in aren't gonna come in this ever. And that's just how I personally feel. It's why I brought up the question in a Twitter space earlier this week with people from the foundation, and I said I asked the questions that shouldn't have been asked during a Twitter space about. I forgot what the space was even about, to be honest. I think it was about a wellness month. I came in there asking questions about the shit that we've all been asking about, and that I feel like is I asked the questions about browser, I asked the questions about client, I asked the questions about logging in without crypto. I asked the questions, those are the things that I'm concerned with from when I bring new people in. That's the first thing they talk to me about. But yeah, crypto security is to me, that's by far one of the biggest issues. Yeah, getting hacked is too regular, and it really sucks that we even have to even say that. People get their funds drained, and then it's like, oh, you'll figure it out next time. Like, do better next time. Don't click that link next time. But it's like, damn, these funds shouldn't be that exposed. Like, it's pretty fucked up. But I appreciate you guys letting me come up and speak. I have to head out of here because I gotta get ready for a party at Old Guys later. If you guys want to come hang out in 4 hours, we're gonna be lighting it up the live stream at Old Guys Barbecue. If you want to come have a good time. And yeah, I really appreciate you guys and have a great one. Thanks for the space, Canessa and Sinful. I really appreciate your consistency always. And can't wait to see what you guys build next, even when you're just given dirt and rocks. This is what we do. Love y'all.
Thank you, CJ. Thank you for being here. And just to reset the room, welcome everyone that has popped in. I mean, there's so many of you. I see Juice down there. Big shout out to Raptor VZ down there. He's actually an artist, an NFT artist. I've collected some of his art on Nifty Gateway in the past, and I'm a fan. If you're looking at the screen on Decentraland or in one of the streams, like I currently have one of his pieces up in collaboration with Doodle Attack. Super talented individual. What up, Steve Sai? I already said Juice, but what up, Juice? Well, and good to see you, Red. I really like that Bit Beast. And yeah, just make sure to like and retweet the room. Tell your friends that we're still going. We're going strong. And I'll pass the mic back to Canessa in case there's something you would like to say. If not, it can go straight to Mies.
I will just be the ping pong ball and hand it right over to Mies. Thank you.
Oh, actually, can I jump in? Just real quick. There's a Buffalo event starting at Sugar Club here, probably in like 10 minutes. If anyone would like to enjoy some music while listening to the space, that will be going on. And sorry, Mies, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so I just, from my understanding, one of the things is that, I think that the developers, some of the top developers, have tried to already organize and get together and try to, do their efforts to communicate and work with the foundation. And so, after yesterday's outcome or whatever it is it may be, my thoughts are is that we do need a few different things as a community before maybe they will listen to us. And so some of those things are is I think we need to better organize as a community, just like Makes had said, and we need to figure out, what those things are. And so I want to bring up number one, I had already asked for another meeting, so that was one thing before that meeting even ended because my question wasn't even answered. So, I they suggested the DAO suggested the strategy meeting. So that's where they had recommended that we bring our what we're looking to do. And so I do think we need to be unified on some certain things that need to be changed or what we need to do as a DAO, or what processes need to happen so that we can improve things. And like I mentioned earlier, I think coming up in February, which is only like a month and a half, 2 months away max, we need to start strategizing for that and think about what responsibilities that we want to maybe take on as the DAO. Because if I was the foundation, I'm like, okay, yeah, these people are my platform, and this, that, and the other thing, and oh, but I don't really give a shit. Like, I'm sorry to say that. So, but the thing is that when we start making changes in the DAO and we start doing things that are positive, and we see that we're unified and that we have plans or ideas that are structured and make sense to make changes, to take things over from them, then I think that my opinion, their level of respect for the community, for the DAO, may increase, and it may increase our power. If you want to talk about power, a lot of things are about power and money, and so power at the end of the day isn't given. It's taken, or and that's pretty much what it is. I'm not saying we need to take anything, but we need to unify, and we need to create that power, and so that maybe then they will listen to us. And if they don't, maybe we don't need them to listen to us, because we will be able to do what we need to do with the resources we have in the DAO. And if they want to go and do their own thing, that's perfectly fine. We can create the experiences and the platform things that we need or want. And so I those are my thoughts. And I also just wanted to let everyone know I did post in response to this the spaces on here. So if you go down to the comments, I commented with one article about agile versus waterfall, but then below that I commented again on that. And so what I did was I posted links in there. There's a document, a Google Doc, that everyone has access to, and that has a lot more information, pretty much a lot of different resources from everything that I had learned and gone through for my course. And so it's about people and processes, I think, that we can do to improve. And so I think that we can all learn a little something from that, especially just even looking at the agile versus the waterfall methodologies, and just trying to understand like how those processes work and why they're done the way that they're done. And that's in a technical manner, which this is all tech. And so I think that will help maybe with the flow of information. And we need to figure out, what processes we don't have in the DAO that need to be done and changed, because the DAO is still learning and growing, and we just we have these core groups now that are GSS and the facilitation squad. And so maybe it makes sense to have other things, or maybe it makes sense to change what some of these things do, or whatever it is it may be. And so maybe we need to be more organized for ourselves coming into these strategic meetings. I don't know how many people, I can't recall how many were at the last one, but we have a lot of people that come up to these spaces on the weekends, and I understand it's the weekends. But maybe we have more people going there. And I think it's, the important thing is maybe to ask specific questions that can be answered yes or no, if we have that, if we can, and try to, not allow people the opportunity for the fluff and the gaslighting and their stuff, even though we can't prevent that. It may still happen anyways, but at least we can understand where people are at. And if people aren't willing to do what it is that needs to be done or what we think needs to be done, and we think that they may not have the best interests of the either platform as a whole or the creators of the platform, that are building on it, then we need to make those changes and change out those personnel. And if those people are on, a core group of the DAO, then they're grantees. Their grants can be revoked, they can be changed, and we if we have the voting power and the backing to make those, if we feel it's very necessary, we can do so. And so we have, I'm not gonna say unlimited options, but there's a lot of options. And so I think we need to come together, talk, and really come together on a few key things to try to improve the processes and how we can actually accomplish and get the things done that we need to try and keep the platform stable and try to understand just, I mean, for like the future of the platform, for things either going away or not going away, and or creating things that we just may have to continue just doing things ourselves, kind of like we do with Angzar, to where there should have been an in-world marketplace that Decentraland may have done. There should have been a builder that is like the builder that we're doing for in-world builder. These things probably should have been done by a platform, but this at the same time, this is called Decentraland and it's supposed to be decentralized. And whether or not it's now decentralized, it seems pretty centralized in a lot of different ways, shapes, and forms, whether it's the foundation or certain people voting rights and VP. But that doesn't mean we can't make it more decentralized than it already is. And so maybe we need to break away more and take on more. And so we need to think about, once again, that February meeting, I think, is going to be potentially a key turning point for the platform as a whole, but also the future of the DAO and the communities and the community's involvement in the DAO. And so that's all I really wanted to share, with everyone. And just a little more, I guess, one more quick thing before we go. As a creator myself, we my team, we worked on Angzar, and we developed this game. And we worked for, it was like 2 or 3 months. We got thrown around kind of by the DAO and other stuff, and things were up in the air. And then someone got hacked on the DAO, and then we couldn't get the stuff that we needed in time, and so we got pushed back, and that created a lot of changes for us. And we adapted and we continued forward. And then right as soon as we finished, after 6 months of our grant, we had everything working. Then things just were changed. We had the PXs came out, the smart wearables came out, the hands came out, and those created a lot of different situations for us, that were not, some of them were just like thrown in front of us without any notice. And so then all these different things were broken. Then right after that, okay, well, we're looking at maybe just addressing these things. Then there was the announcement of the SDK 7 and the sunsetting of 6, and then it's like, well, okay, so we've got these other issues to fix and potential other ones coming up, and we have to redo everything anyway. So do we launch our game now, or what do we do? And so now we've spent almost 6 months, Lastrom has, and recoding everything. And and so we've tried to host events in the meantime, to at least have people come to Angzar and understand a little bit of what's about and have some fun through our little Halloween event and through our Christmas event coming up with awesome partners: Spottyland, Vroomway, DG, and so so many partners that we have here. And so I just and Knights of Antrom. Sorry, I don't want to leave anyone out. And so I just it's just we want to give something back. And so we spent time to do that versus maybe completing our thing out. And my hope is that our game works, and then it will work when we launch. But we didn't want to have like a half broken game that we already pretty much fully developed, like right after we'd started it. And so we had to make some tough decisions. And it's brutal when you're creating it, you've got the passion flowing and you've got the momentum going, and then for 6 months or 5 months you just like have to step away. And I mean, it's still work on it. We were still working on it for free, the whole time, but we couldn't share all the hard work that we had done with the community. And so, that can be defeating and demoralizing in many ways. And so it can be frustrating as well. And so I just wanted to share, that with you all. So my hope is, that once we finish up here again, hopefully in the near future, that people will love our experience and that it'll all be worth it. But my concerns though is that you know future things from the DAO continue to break this. When you create a scene like Ingzar that we did, it's one of the most complicated scenes in Decentraland, and it's coding intensive. And that when that exists, changes that the foundation makes on a platform level drastically affect what we do. And there's always unintended consequences of what the foundation does and their updates. Mistakes are made, and that's perfectly, it happens. Um, so yeah, I just really wanted to share that with you all. And once again, coming up, like, events, one of the things I'd mentioned in the meeting yesterday was we have this big event coming up. It's from the 20th to the 23rd. And the platform was like, hey, Christmas time, let's throw an update in there and change all these different things, with the the web addresses and other stuff. And who knows, what indirectly may be affected or not correct. And just do this right before the holidays, before people are throwing their major events and people are, on vacation with their family and all this other stuff and just trying to have fun. And they, I don't know what their thoughts were going about that. It's just, hey, this seems like a good time. So one of the things I said to them was, can we please push this back a week so that we can try to do this. And so one of the things going forward is, I think maybe we need a blocker. Maybe we need at least a 2-week blocker before major events that the platform is hosting. And then, like Halloween and Christmas holidays, when the peak times are, that they don't do anything. And then that way, if they do something 2 weeks just before, maybe that's enough time for us and them or whatever to fix it. That's my hope. My hope was at least 2 weeks. So those are, that's just one little thing that I think that we, if we voice that and maybe ask for that maybe we can get that. I don't know. So that's just some of my thoughts. So thank you all.
But Mies, everyone knows that the best time to release a platform-breaking update is when a major event is coming. Haven't you been following along? I don't know, maybe Music Fest last month. Anyway, kind of you mentioned about kind of having a question format to present to members of the foundation. You mentioned a yes or no. I strongly advise kind of switching that up to a different format because yes or no questions are very, very aggressive and scary. And kind of to where you like said that like we as a community, as a DAO, we have to mature. I strongly agree with that, with what you said, and I feel like we need to actually mature faster than we are even anticipating right now. You have to take to account that like the foundation is not going to be there forever. Their vesting contract is going to run out in like maybe 8 years, 7 years. And we all know they're not going to work for free. Hence their complacent 9 to 5, strategies that they use, so, yeah, we do need to mature a lot quicker than is even anticipated. I'll give you a moment to like reply or anything if you want to say anything, and if not, we'll pass it over to One Exist or Knessa.
I'm good. Yeah, thank you so much. And let's go on the next person.
All right, because I'm gonna change things up here in a minute. But I can totally understand your frustration, Mies. I've had so many frustrations with working with the new in-world, or not the in-world one, but the web browsing builder, just to spend a whole bunch of time trying to put something together and have to start over. Um, that's just that's I I would hate to I would hate to have to go through that. And it doesn't surprise me if people leave because of it. But um, I know we're talking about, they say the DAO proposals don't matter, but I was inspired finally. I've thought about this for a while. I did just put a proposal in. It's a poll only, people. Please keep that in mind. Poll only to get the sentiment on would people like to see the new spawning point be Angzar Plaza? As I feel, it has so much more to offer than Genesis. Yes, Genesis is iconic. However, Angzar does offer so much more. So, if that's something you would like to see, the technical stuff comes later as the proposal progresses through the governance way it works. It's just right now, general sentiment. Is it something you'd like to see? Um, I would like to shout out, yes, Red as well. Thanks for coming by. Um, Joe, down in the audience listening, is one of the people who got the grant or whatever, the award, whatever you want to call it, for building come Wellness Week or month. So congratulations to her. She's also brand new to Decentraland. So give her a warm welcome. I guess I guess I can't call her new anymore because it's been like at least 3 weeks. You know, that new phase is over very quickly, but um it was very nice to meet her. Let's see. Oh, the other thing I wanted to bring up again, oh yes, retweet the room, retweet the room, retweet the room, people, please. And I don't know if Seed would like to come up, but Seed has a new computer now, her own. She says she'll be in world much more often, but she has also been planning. Um, she was doing tip her Friday nights, offering new performers an opportunity to perform in Decentraland. She continues to do that. Sometimes has to take a break. We all do. But she's got something coming up. I don't have it handy, but she has a form out there starting next year for performers who would like the opportunity to perform in Decentraland. So, Seed, if you want to come up, if you're able, or Madamus, and mention anything about that, give more details. Um, Otherwise, I don't think I have any more topics at the moment. And thank you.
I'll just quickly say, I think what a lot of us are feeling is just like this weird like cognitive dissonance, I guess, because there's just so much potential in this community, um, and so much support and like desire for this platform to be the best that it can be, and it's just like that's like this overwhelming positive feeling juxtaposed right next to this like almost feeling of dread, like why are we not being listened to? Why don't they understand us? Kind of in a sense, and I don't know. Like I still want to be hopeful that somehow the foundation will understand that we have like the best intentions, at heart. We're not feeling this way because we want to damage anybody's work or anybody's reputation. We just, we want this to not just be about money and pumping bags and like, and even if it was about money, they should be able to see that the way to really like if people really want to get rich, being on the foundation, the best way would be to compete with every other platform and make this place the best it can be. And I like, I don't know, I'm gonna rant here for a little bit. I can't help but think that maybe some of it has to do with just like the ongoing situation in Argentina must be difficult for people on the foundation, um, to kind of process because they've been dealing with like really overwhelming inflation and then this kind of controversial election that just happened. And I think we've all at least a lot of us in the U.S. have probably felt a certain way at some point, like we were uncertain of the future of um, our country, our family's safety, and um, like adding concern about this like virtual world on top of all that might almost seem superficial or like what's the point, you know? If your like basic survival is maybe being called into question, or like it's in general becoming more difficult to survive, um and all like I don't know. I know it's hard for me to like really take my 9 to 5 job seriously sometimes because I see it as just like a dead end. You know, like I know that I'm not going to really be listened to at that job. No matter, you know, I've been there for like 4 years and I feel like nobody ever takes my suggestions for how to improve it. So that does lead to complacency for me. And I wonder if there could be people on the foundation that are trying to improve it from within, but they don't want to rock the boat because their jobs are at stake, you know? And then that's like their only means to survive in a difficult economy. And there's like so many social components, social, emotional, and like psychological components that could be going on here that we don't even see. So I guess I guess my point here is like try to recognize that we're all still humans and like um, back to what Odd Job says all the time, like proceed with best intentions. And um, I don't know, it's really tough feeling so kind of discarded, I guess, by the foundation right now, while also feeling like there's so much potential here in this community and this platform and what we've built so far, and where every like all the super inspiring ideas that everybody wants to build and like and help like contribute to this platform. um I just feel like we're all just feeling torn apart right now in a sense. So that's my closing statements because I got to get going for the day. But to echo what some other people have said, like the fact that we're all here, whether you're passionate to the point of anger or passionate to the point of, you know, toxic wag me positivity, as some people like to call it. I think the fact that we're here says a lot. So there's something to be said for that. Like I know for me, this platform and kind of being around all you has definitely made a huge positive impact on my life and given me something that I can look forward to. You know, a project that I feel like I can actually contribute to for once, and where my opinions and what I have to build and stuff like that is valued, and like an opportunity to actually do my best work without anybody gatekeeping me or like holding me back or hitting this like glass ceiling almost of basically feeling like I'm not performing at my best because I don't have I can it's like out of my control. It's not my decision. And I feel like that's sort of what a lot of us are feeling right now too, is like we want to be able to make the decision to improve ourselves in the platform. Um, and it just that's not like a negative thing. It's coming from such a good place in all of your hearts, and the fact that you're all still here, um, wanting this place to get better instead of just moving on to somewhere else, or even if you have, you know, in some way, shape, or form already started moving somewhere else, you're all still here listening to us talk about difficult things to talk about, you know, um, and that just says so much. So that's what makes me feel better on my down days, you guys. That we're all kind of here in this together. So
I
appreciate
want
all
to
you.
I want to thanks, Honora. I want to iterate too that there are tons of great stuff about Decentraland. Just for some of those that aren't as familiar with it as we are, um, but at least this space is for sure a place where we can voice some of our frustrations, and we have people that will are going to listen to each of us speak. So, um, obviously we have something on our minds and have been talking about it. So thanks for listening on that and everybody discussing it.
I think I know where you bring up a lot of good points, and I think that like you are very gracious, and thank you for reminding us to look at both sides of the coin. I think there's value in that. I think you're right. There is a lot going on in Argentina right now. I think that anytime that there's a transfer of power, whether it's, small businesses, a mom and pop business that, got going and they got two locations and then three, and 5 years later they're a corporation, and, they're big. There just is going to be growing pains. And so we're kind of naive if we thought that we would get to the end point without any kind of turmoil or conflict or anything. Like that would have been absolutely naive of us to think that that in 7 years that there's just going to be like this calm, graceful transfer of power to the community. Hell no. Like, we're humans. We've been fighting since the dawn of time for power. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. But I do think that we proceed with the idea here that because it's decentralized and we have power and we have a DAO, I think we maybe kind of gaslight ourselves in thinking that, hey, I have power and control here. I can create stuff. And maybe we are just kind of like lost in our own illusion that we have more say than we do. And maybe it was just, the call yesterday might have been a little bit of a wake up call of like, you know, who's really got the keys still. And I the toxic positivity. I think that some of us, if we're trying to create this better world, it's not toxic positivity, but it's also just like we have to see reality for what it is. And I think that one thing that I always taught my students going into the real world, getting jobs and vocations, is something called soft skills, and soft skills to pay the bills. And you might be the greatest dev ever, but if you don't have those soft skills of like relating to people, talking to people, listening to people, making sure they feel heard, then you have situations like the call yesterday where suddenly an entire community feels like they're not being heard. So I believe as the only way to move forward on is yeah, I don't know. I think the foundation needs to listen to the community, and they need to not just listen, but like we need to be made to be felt like we heard, or they don't need to, but in order for people to remain building, that I think needs to happen. I think that there needs to be more discourse between the two, because working in shadows, it hasn't worked well so far. Mies and then Make.
Yeah, so I like what was said about the new president of Argentina. There's some always some good and some bad, and I think some of it's good. He seems to be pro Bitcoin, or at least that's what he claims, and so that's at least seems good for the platform's perspective, since the platform is from that country. As far as the employees, there is a lot of change going on. I'm sure in that country. Like myself, I'm not even going to go to Argentina next year, with the state of the world and how things are, and for the event in May. It's something that I think I would like to do, but I'm just not sure the time, and that it's just not really, I don't know, best for me at the moment. And so, getting back to the foundation and the structure and the more of like a management perspective of that. I think there definitely could be some complacency in there. I think that there could definitely be some yes men and people afraid that are to speak up, and that could also be a result of toxic positivity. So some of that could be fear, and then some of that could be just toxic positivity still kind of left over from the run. And so I just want to talk about a little more, addition to that. So this platform, number one, they had multiple founders. One left, one created big time. He's gone. He probably had significant, influence on the platform when it started. And since he left, there's been upgrades and other things, but it's tough to say, how much of a loss that was. It could be a pretty tough loss, not only for maybe a development perspective, but from a management or culture perspective. And in addition to that, when we look at companies and corporations and things like that, there's evolutions of them. You have like small businesses and startups, and then, they blew up pretty quick. Decentraland, 3 or 4 years ago, the price of mana and the total market cap was a lot smaller 4 years ago than it is today, and that it was at the top of the bull run. And so, when you have these different changes, number one, you're growing so fast sometimes that you make mistakes, and that maybe you don't worry about them because the money's flowing in and all that kind of stuff. But when it drops out really quickly and the token loses 90 some percent of its value, and then you're in a bear market for 2+ years and unknown amounts of time with world events going on, you have to make decisions, and tough decisions. And so I think that they're probably also struggling, not only from the people that are afraid to lose their jobs, which is very unfortunate, because those people that are in Argentina that work for the foundation are probably some of the top earners in the country. They're probably top 1% or something, or higher. They probably make more than attorneys on average, and those kinds of things. And so it's a really, really good gig. And there's probably a lot of future potential there with just where technology's headed. And so I could see why a lot of people may have a fear to speak out and to say certain things, or to rock the boat and to make certain changes. And unfortunately, that's there's some downsides to that. And so I think a lot of times fear can bring out the worst in people. I think that making decisions based out of fear many times is reactive. And so we're passionate people here, we are. And so I think that we have the ability to make decisions from love and from our passions. And so that can be most many times proactive. And that's how I think things need to be, is proactive. And so when we're thinking about decision making and everything else, like yesterday's meeting, we talked about the foundation coming in. It seemed very reactive on their part. They did not seem to be prepared, or anything like that. They have tons of stuff going on, whether it's the company or their country, and those types of things. And so I just want to bring up a little more about that. So what's funny is, because that relates to Star Wars and Harry Potter. So like Star Wars, you have fear, anger, and hatred, and those lead to the dark side. And so even if the best of intentions are there, they can still take you down the wrong path, and it can lead to culture issues and things within an organization. And I like to reference Harry Potter. With their the Patronus. And so they have you think about what it is that you love and care about the most. And that's where your true source of power is. And so I think all of us, if we are ever questioning ourselves, whatever as it may be, or just down, please think about the happy moments and the things that you have or care about and really appreciate. So I just want to share that with you, because we're all susceptible to fear, and we're all susceptible to different things. It's just about trying to mitigate them and to try to get back to the good. And another thing I want to bring up from yesterday is marketing. So the marketing from the foundation. When I brought up things about we have Angzar, right? Angzar is now like 15 months since we started, or something, originally, from when our grant got passed. Maybe only 12 months since we started the project. But and then we have IWB, In World Builder, which is 3 months old now. And so I look at like our marketing and our social media, and I look at who interacts with our social media, whether it's people from the community, or people from the DAO, and people from the foundation, like from the Decentraland official account. And it's really sad, because we with Angzar, it's a year old project, and it was one of the largest undertakings to ever occur on the platform. And we would tag them in Decentraland all the time, but we literally like never, ever, ever. I think it was like a few times, maybe like less than a handful, that we actually got a retweet or something else. And when we even had to like reach out to them and asked for this, and it still really didn't seem to make any changes, which is very unfortunate because there's really only I don't know, a dozen plus or 2 dozen grants in the last 2 years that are significant size and have active stuff going on that can be marketed and help share to be marketed by the foundation. And so when I brought that up, their this was their reasoning. Their reasoning was it was a bandwidth issue. Okay, so it's an organizational issue, and so what that essentially means is that they have too much going on and that they don't have the time to even know what Dow grants, and which are the major um, scenes in the platform. And so that's very unfortunate. It sounds like they also downsized. So if we look at their organization, they downsized. They lost like 36 people or more over the last 6 months, and they had 100, and now they're down to maybe 60 or something. And so then, typically, just like the United States or other places, corporations, when they downsize, that work, not all of it just goes away. Some of that work gets passed on to other people that then, whether or not they were comfortable or maxed out or whatever it is it may be, that work gets passed on to other people. And so people are maybe taking on a large burden of more than they bargained for, more than they thought they would do, or more than maybe they may be able to do, which is very unfortunate. And so, I've been thinking about, ways that we could maybe somehow improve this. I think that the DAO has done a great job in many ways with the facilitation squad and with helping to market our projects. I think that I'm personally a big fan of the brick by brick. I've learned so much from the people that have gone on there. I think those interviews are incredible, and I would love to see more of those. I think the blog posts about projects in Decentraland help validify them and make them um, more of a real thing to the outside world. And I think that's very important because we don't get that validation from the foundation itself or from Decentraland official accounts. And so at least right now we have the DAO to do that, and I am very thankful that they are doing that. And so I just really just wanted to bring that up so that everyone knows, because I know that a lot of people were mentioning yesterday that, hey, we don't get anything from marketing. We don't get a retweet. What do we have to do to just get one retweet? That's it, just one. And how many seconds does it take to do that? I don't know. So
Yeah. That sorry to cut you off, please. Or I mean, Mies. Yeah, I mean that was kind of like the reasoning behind my question at the very end. If there were like any internal talks about like not supporting its own community. At one point, like I know PB was at the helm of the social medias, and he was liking and retweeting like a lot of community stuff. And like I remember around those times there would be new users coming in, and then they would get a like from the Decentraland, and they'd be like, "Holy shit, this is fucking sick! The Decentraland just acknowledged that I came to their platform." Like that goes such a long way when it comes to like retention, community retention. So I had to bring that question up. I hope I didn't like hurt anyone, but like that's important. That's something that was lacking. Sorry, Mies.
I,
yeah,
I think it's also a lot. It goes a long way to show the evolution. That remember, like last year when we were unfollowed by Decentraland because they wanted to keep their followers at 420. Like, I think we've done some maturation since then, which I really am glad for, because when you realize you're the community member that the 420 mattered more than your contributions, it doesn't make you want to work. So, like, kudos, flowers. We're not at 420 anymore, and we should never be. We should be way more than that. Sorry, Mies, go ahead.
yeah. So it's unfortunate because I look at, okay, what's the user base, the daily active users on the platform? What are ways that could easily, without extra funds or whatever, too much effort being spent. Decentraland sitting on an account with like 600, I can't remember, 700,000 followers on Twitter. And so, just like, I think that helping outside people see the inside projects and give visibility to those projects would drive more people and keep more people on the platform. And I think that the last year, they really haven't gained a ton, or we haven't gained a ton because of that. And it's really, most of the growth has been from the community, which has been wild. But I would love for them to drive more people into finding our communities and our projects just through basic of retweeting and highlighting certain things from them. So that's all I have to say.
Hearts all around. Thank you everyone for being here. Really appreciate your time. We are 3 hours and 30 minutes deep into this conversation. It's been an awesome space. Just want to remind everyone to like and retweet the room. And unless my co-host has anything to say, I'll pass it over to the next hand, which I think Make and One Existence will have to fight to the death for.
I
Go
would just
ahead,
say, I
Jennifer.
think, Mies, you made a good point, and I really think that I firmly believe from what I've seen that the powers behind are trying their best. I think that you're right. If a company loses, 30% of its workforce for whatever reason, where does that 30% go? So I believe that they are trying their best, and it's probably just, there are growing pains. Like, I don't do everything perfect every time. And so I try to, like, if I fuck up, I try to learn and grow from it. And a lot of times I can, but like sometimes I just can't learn fast enough to keep growing with it. Like recently I have taken on way more than I, sometimes can handle. And it's like I have nobody to blame but myself. And so I think that I do believe with what I've seen that people are trying. It's just sometimes, well, I mean, if you've got more work than you can complete in a day, you're just not going to get it done. And so I want to give people the benefit of the doubt. And I think that there's some, seeing Bay come in as somebody who's going to help facilitate some of these events, like the monthly themes. I think that's such a power move. I think that Bay is such a good person. I really love Bay, and I think that those little pieces, those, like, they might be little, like just hiring one person to facilitate a couple big events, which those are, oh my god, those are events, those are big. I think that that will really help alleviate the workload to other people, and let them do their jobs better, because uh, everybody wants to do well at their job. Like, you want to feel like you're doing your job well. And if you don't have the support, the infrastructure behind you to even do your job well, then how can you even be expected to succeed? So I will end it there. And so now, yes, Make One Exist, battle to who's next.
Go ahead, Existence. You've been working hard for everybody, and then I'll jump behind you.
Okay, thank you. You were up first, but something Mies had said reminded me, and talking about the confirmations, or the follows and the likes and retweets from Decentraland, and I think it was from last week's space. I did a quick little poll, um, and it's something I kind of took from the Beast family as well. Um, the name Decentraland First Steps was the winner of my poll, and what that is, and I'm going to try to do is I'm trying to create a new Twitter account under that name for people to tag when they do meet somebody new in Decentraland, sort of a welcoming committee, and so that we can bring to light for all of Decentraland to wish them a warm welcome. Because if you are a beast, when you join, you are flooded with welcomes. Something I would like to see. And I also want it to be um, you know, a place for, and so people can know who's new, reach out to them and send them a wearable if they want to, but also so I can it can point them to the community building, Decentraland, Discord, the Twitter space, so that they can easily connect and get the information that they want and need. So it's kind of to complement the community building, Decentraland. Uh, also with Odd Job and the Giving Tree an extension of that. So hopefully, I tried doing it the other day, and I just couldn't get past the authentication. Their captcha thing keeps telling me I did it wrong when I'm doing exactly what they say. Except for wait, maybe I wasn't. I think I figured it out. Anyway, shout out to all the Omars in Decentraland as well.
There's like 5 or 6 of them. We're being taken over by
It's a
Omar.
it's a virus. It's spreading.
And they were all wearing the same sweater. Like last time I looked, when there was like a line of them, they were all wearing the same sweater.
Well, when I changed my avatar, because a female avatar can't wear that, I was wearing Rustan's pants. And wow, I just, I'll just leave it there. But wow, I had a surprise.
Yeah, yeah, it's awesome. Shout out to Omar. I think he mentioned that he's like newish to the Decentraland. Last time he logged in was probably around Fashion Week. Hope the platform worked for you around those times and you had a good time. I did send you a wearable to one of your accounts. It is like a Jedi outfit, so you'll just have to like skim through all your accounts and find it, and you'll be able to wear it. Press I on your keyboard, and you'll pull up your backpack. Um, and I'll pass it over to Make over here.
I feel like we're really cooking, and there have been some great points raised. And I just want to touch on some points in reverse and just realities. Like my wife's, company, she lost like 8 of her team members, and 2 of them were, and welcome Crover, one of our most enthusiastic beast and new Decentraland community members. He has probably already logged more hours than half of us since he came in hot. So when you see Crow, you make sure to give him a little crow, crow, crow. We appreciate you, buddy. Um, when she just lost those 8 people and 2 of them were project managers, right? Her workload tripled. My wife, who literally holds us up by her feet, keeps us moving, literally took on 3 new jobs from 3 project managers who are each doing 60 jobs. And they all got put on my wife's desk. And it was a conversation. I play in the metaverse and hang out with you guys mostly because she's upstairs working through the night, you know? And that was just a change. And so a lot of times when we lose, and we were talking about 8 people, right, out of a team of 60, but a ton of work. When you then cut like 30+% of your workforce, like we just touched on, and then half of these people don't even know the jobs other people were doing or the beginning of these jobs. Hard to even find a roadmap when we're looking at directions. And then, they're trying to do their best to double step, whether they work 9 to 5 or they work late, whatever. But then when they come back to the community's already fired up and upset and they're already feeling wounded and down. A lot of times that puts people's claws up where they just don't have the strength, you know? So there might have been a little of that I think we should all think about. I'm not saying they were right, but I also think I've heard some incredible fucking points today. And it's not going to start today, but maybe somebody just start a Google Doc or something, right? That says, all right, we just found 4 things we really want here. We really want more retweets. And I just want to touch in on that in a second. But this is what I mean. Like, okay, they had their AMA. It was meant to be whatever it was. It didn't go great. Actually, it went pretty fucking terrible if we have to review that. I wasn't there. However, we have a response, and we are feeling that response, and we are tying into the things we really care about. The other thing, again, I'll touch on 2 other platforms. Altspace, for the last year, they wouldn't respond to anybody. There was like builders, designers, people, logins, nothing, 0. They just iced out the entire existence of what had happened. And again, I'll just say Spatial just did that and cut their entire community support board and changed a ton of things and stuff behind paywalls and just iced out their people. There are still ways for us to do what we do here, even if they're not perfect, that still exist today. Whether they do tomorrow, we don't know how that's going to go. So I think we're actually starting to look at the solves and the things that are bothering us and agitating us the most, where we have an opportunity with like a clear mind to say, hey, that didn't go so great. Here's how we feel as a community. Here's what our 10 lead devs who are out there building every day. These are the things that would really help us. We need a 2-week runway so we can adjust when we're doing events. Please don't do it right before Music Fest so we all have to get naked for the culture. Although that might have been my favorite moment of the year was when we were all naked at Tang Poco's Little Mushroom Forest. Here's the chance to fix things. Like we're healing, we're upset, right? So let's get it on paper. Let's put our names to it and say our wallets, whatever, and say, okay, we get how you feel. We know you're pressed up against a corner. I mean, I think Decentraland honestly would be way better off today if they had launched in the bear and not the bull. I think a lot of people would, because we'd be dealing with the current reality instead of the past. Um, and in some ways, thank God they didn't, so we could get here and push through shit, and we could find our pathway. Uh, but I really want to do. I want to help, and it sounds like help. The other thing I'd say, I was on Altspace. I had invested all that time, energy, whatever. I never got a follow, a retweet, a comment from Altspace ever, dude, ever. Not even anything. And Spatial, I've been in their offices like at least twice. I know all there. They don't follow me. I do events sometimes there. I do more in Decentraland, but I do them and we host a space. They've never retweeted us or commented. So I feel lucky when Decentraland stops by. I mean, it's pretty amazing, and we can make these adjustments. I think what Existence said, yes, the welcoming in the Kid Called Beast community has been cultivated by a lot of people who make sure to welcome them also. So it can't just be thrown to another people. It's got to be people who just want to welcome people, and that does take a landslide of effort where everybody's doing it. I mean, I welcome every single fucking beast every single fucking time. Never stops. But I also go out of my way every time you all meet somebody in Decentraland, throw them fucking wearable, teach them how to use an email, and change the world one at a time. Bring in more people, show people how much fun. But we can start right now. Like I will put down a doc. I'm a terrible speller. My pronunciation is ridiculous. I write with a lot of emojis, but this is how it changes. We come back because don't forget they're wounded. You lose 30% of your staff as a company, you have taken a huge fucking L, right? Because nobody wants to fire a third of their staff who are already working as hard as maybe they weren't working as hard as they should have. But I bet out of that 30%, I bet at least half were working harder than they should have. You know, that's how it almost always goes. So when you're a wounded dog and you're coming to find your people, and then the people are pissed because a bunch of shit's broken and they're already working hard, sometimes your claws and your cackles go up. Let's pet the kitty, you know, and let's fix it one step at 1 inch at a time, because we are the thinkers and builders who could see this. That's what I got.
Yeah, and I think like when people that on that list are people like Toon Punk, that's really hard for the community to absorb, I think.
So, as you were talking about, like, kind of like the layoffs that your wife's company has kind of endured, and the kind of like the extra load of work, I guess in a way, maybe even better to suggest to the foundation, because like they have there's a DAO that's a separate entity from their money, you know? So they could just pitch an idea of like, hey, listen, this is something on our roadmap that we wanted to get done. We just don't have the bandwidth, but community, here's proposal, or pitch, or whatever it may be. And you know, from there they can select who will work on it. Like that is a possibility, and it's not going to affect their money because it's the DAO money. And from there, you know, it could be something that community actually wants to get done. So there's a suggestion there.
And they could bid it out. That's what just recently happened for the DAO, right? For the new DAO headquarters.
Yep, exactly. I was saying pitch instead of bid. Yeah, yeah, bid.
It could be
Thank you,
both.
Moon.
It could be both. You pitch and then you bid. Like,
But yeah, there is a potential solution there. Back to Make, and then I would like to hear from Crow.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear from Crow. It's before, by the way, just to warn you all, after 10 o'clock Eastern Standard, Crow gets spicy. So you gotta be ready for Crow after 10 p.m. But,
Uh,
inside of 10, he's just a gentleman, always
don't
waving, saying hi to
don't
everybody.
forget Seed came up after I mentioned them as well.
And also, I'd like to step down to make some space for some more speakers. I appreciate you guys and the great conversations. I'm just going to switch to listening, and I'm going to enjoy from there. So thank you for having me.
Love
You
you,
know,
Doc.
thanks. I just want to say thank you to Dr. Drip for all the things that you have done and all the incredible dreams that you've helped make possible for other people, because I've been sitting there watching a long time. Guys like you, Rustan, Brandon, like, it's why we're here. Like the allure that you all created, the drip that you all made, your 101 clone mask you might have thrown out there, or the first wearable that, you know what I mean? Like, the inspiration you guys have paved the way for through all these trials and tribulations are why the new guys come every day. Why kids like Crover with the nicest flows coming from the Beast family come in with the biggest smile on his face. I got more DMs from Crow that, like, in the first, like, 2 days of him hanging out in Decentraland, that I got the whole time we were a kid called Beast, because he was fucking like, this is fucking amazing. Look at all this freedom of expression. Yeah, well, without Dr. Drip, Rusan, Brandon, all these people building these dreams straight through whatever nonsense and stuff they were going through, this is the opportunity we were given. At the end of the day, I don't say hello to the DAO or the foundation, but I say hello to you guys fucking every day. And I'm so incredibly grateful for your strength and your boldness and your creative expression. The only thing, I haven't put up Christmas lights yet. I'm taking a heavy L in the family life, but this is just as important to me because y'all my family. Um, Mies, I'd love to talk to you and a couple other you guys about a little bit of conversation. We're really trying to get organized so we make the entry point as easy as possible for the end point, right? So I'm hearing definitely Lindstrom, excuse my butchering, and a few others. Like, if anybody from the development side is around and just, or could put me in touch. I really need to build the box from the back now, from the Decentraland side, as far as I can go. And it's not going to happen from, and I say I, but it is we. We are the Meta Beast, and there is a lot of us. Um, I really need to find a couple people who could have a clear conversation. I might need the team also, where we just get on the same page so we make this easy. And I know there's going to be someone assigned, but since there's another project that also got like approval and it didn't get on, I think I want to make sure that we're also fixing it for them. Like, somebody's been approved to be here, a whole community. Let's fix that on the way too. So anybody with any ideas, hit me up and give me a lead, and we're gonna just break barriers together.
Let's go.
Welcome, Crow, to
I
the Decentraland family.
thought it was Let's Crow.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Just like to say, all hail King Monkey Beast. How's it going, Kingdom? Lord King Monkey Beast is here. I'm currently right now farming, mining these damn things in Decentraland to earn more wearables. What you know about that, baby? I'm trying to figure out any way I could earn wearables in this damn game. So I be farming. I have no problem doing so. I'm used to playing RPG games where you gotta farm for hours and in order to get what you want or grind to get what you want. So it's nothing. Except the only shitty thing is I only get 100 tokens a day, and it's limiting me to be able to mine more than I want to. I have no idea what I'm doing. I usually just wander around and get lost. The other day, I found myself in some place where some dude was like rolling around in a wheelchair, trying to kill me with throwing shoes at me, bro. I was like, I didn't even know I had a health bar, and I was scared, so I ran away. And I was like, what's going on? Like, what happens if I die? Do I lose my things? Like, I didn't want to stick around and find out. So I ran away from that. But yeah, some guy was trying to beat me up, throwing shoes at me, that asshole. But
Hey,
anyways,
Crow, you send them to me. I'll go punch him in the nose for you. Hey, how much fun have you had in this last week in Decentraland, my friend?
I had a lot of fun, bro. Like, man, I've been tapping in lots with like Spotty and DJ Trax, doing like all his events with him and just hanging out and meeting a bunch of new people. And really, it's just kind of dope, like to be able to have like some background music, letting the DJs do their set. You could kind of just like dance in one spot, meet some people. It's kind of like a good background filler for like you to just kind of scroll open sea, write some music, do some other things, get some DMs caught up with, and it's kind of really cool for like a background game to play. And I'm enjoying it. I'm having a lot of fun. See right now, boom, another meteor just popped up. Got to get my mind on one sec. AFK. Yeah, but I've been just having a lot of fun. So the other day I was in some game trying to figure out how to play some like RPG game or whatever it was called. But I kept dying after like 3 hits, so I have no idea how to play that one. So eventually I'll ask one of you guys if any of you guys know how to play it.
Was
Um,
it Knights of Antrim? Do you know? Because I got a guy that
it
I can
was,
send your way.
I think it was called, yeah, Knights of Antrim. So I was like, I go in there and I just like, I pop down right away and I was like, what's up? And I'm just like, I don't even know how to attack someone. I'm trying to click him with the mouse and it's not clicking and he's just like, boom, boom, boom. And I was like, oh man, I'm dead in 3 hits. I said, your boy needs some armor or something. Like, bring back old school RS days, man. Someone hook it up with a full rune set and a scimitar, and we'll call them quits right there, baby, because I'm going in. So like, if you know, you know. But yeah, it
Crow,
was it was fun, and I like playing RPG games. That's kind of my favorite thing because I find them really strategic and more or less harder to play than the average running around a map type of thing shooting, which I don't mind. Fortnite, I love the battle royale games.
hey, Crow,
Yo, what's up, fam?
you are the perfect person to come in here with your smile and your excitement right now because this has been a run today. We do it for you, and all that excitement and what's going on happened because of so many people down here.
Cause of
But
you, bro. For me,
no,
it,
no, no, stop. You, my friend, are the perfect example of why we're out here pushing forward because the excitement and everything that could happen from your first time in to your first wearable can change a builder's dream. He wants to now build wearables. He's going to learn in that class with Rustan how to do that. The story continues, family. We got another light in the building. Let's shine bright. That's all.
yeah, man.
I love y'all. That's all.
Yeah, mad love, bro. Like I really appreciate, and now I'm starting to understand. Like, although it was Make that brought me in here for the first time after people been dying to get me in here for months, it was Make that really got me in here because they've been bugging me like, get into Centraland. I want you to perform, blah blah. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll get to it. I'll get to it. I just didn't understand what to do. And Make's like, get into Centraland right now. I'm showing you something, and I was like, all right, fine, fine, fine. So I go in there, we get it all set up. I set up a new wallet on my extension on Chrome and got all in there and he showed me around. I was like, this is pretty cool. And then he showed me the spatial thing and I was like, this is pretty cool also. I was just like, man, this is actually really dope. And then like being in the event with DJ Trax and Spotty Wi-Fi and Casually show, I was just like, man, I want to do this like for real, for real. I can't wait to be able to be in the position to like host events, build my own thing. Like I want a chunk of land so I could build like my King Monkey Beast Kingdom for the Beast fam, and I can't wait to run around as my beast. Like, I don't know how you make wearables.
Here, and it'll also give you a Decentraland world to practice on. And you've got some of the most creative, like half this stuff you saw was probably built by the people in this room. They are the most helpful people. I highly encourage you go to the ABC Builder on Decentraland. I'll send you that invite and you'll usually see Sinful or someone else. Sorry to make you wait, C, but I was just so excited to to let you all see how. And this young man who has some of the best flows in all of Web3, and I guarantee you're gonna all hear him and be like, "Wow, that guy is fucking insane." And you know what? He's
Thanks.
coming with us. So I really appreciate you coming by, and sorry to jump back in, you kids, but I think it's important we remember that we are all doing this together, and we can shine light every day.
I appreciate you, bro. I gotta bounce out. I got a space in 5 minutes. I do Beach Street Saturdays. Whenever you guys are done here, if you guys want to come hang out and jam out and listen to some music, maybe one of these weeks we could learn how to stream the space into a Decentraland space, so that way I could help onboard more people. Wherever I go, people tend to follow. And I want to bring people to the best experiences of Web3, and I really think this is a really cool experience. And I'm gonna do my best to be able to help drag more people into these Decentraland lands, and help share and show people exactly what Make showed me, because it's a really fun. There's already people asking me like, where are you, bro? Like, are you in Decentraland? Like, people that were never asking me before, because they see me in there, they're like, where are you at, bro? Send the location, and how do I start this? How do I get in this? So I know if I keep promoting it and keep doing this, like, I'm gonna help be able to build this and bring more people in, and we'll be able to host space. I really want to host spaces, like, I think, or events. I think that'd be super cool. I bring a lot of energy. I don't know how or what, like, programs and unique equipment I might need, but we could figure that out, and to give me a time process, give me a couple months and we'll track it all down. But I definitely want to let Seed get to her hand. I apologize, Seed,
Bro,
sorry, and I hope you're feeling well.
Gonna gonna
bro.
connect you with Biometa, and your streaming problems will be solved instantly.
Thank you,
Yeah,
fam. Thank
yeah.
you.
I was gonna even say, like, yeah, we. In all honesty, you don't need a couple months. If you know OBS, literally, like, we can get events started like tomorrow.
I
You
just
could
need to figure.
schedule a time with me, and I could just let you use my server and shit, and you can
Okay.
play around with it.
Cool, yeah. Like, I'm really dying to get, like, I don't know how much a land chunk is. I really want to learn to build and, like, build my own space, which is cool because I'm sure, like, we could go host events other places until that's ready. But like, yeah, we could figure something cool out, man. I just think we could really turn things up, and I know a lot of really good artists out here. I know I could bring some hype around. I don't know how to play music like how DJ Trax is doing, but I think I could do that. Actually, I don't think I know. So we'll figure it out. We'll get some cool events popping off. We'll some Beast events, some Mocha Melodies events, and we'll pop it off. But I got 3 minutes to get ready, which I'm already falling behind because I decided to mine these damn gems before I started my space. So I gotta rush to get a playlist ready and start playing some music for these people. But yo, much love, everyone. I really appreciate the warm welcoming and all the really cool gifts that all you guys were able to send me. I appreciate it because now I'll be dripped out like usual. But anyways, I'm gonna talk to you guys soon, and I'll see you in Decentraland because I'll be playing in the background, fucking farming weird things. But whatever. We need
Bro,
wearables.
before you go, are you a DJ or musician, singer?
Musician. Yeah, I do a lot of music, bro. Like, I'm that's my thing. I do the music thing.
I don't know if
This
you were
kid,
in here earlier, but
Mew, Mew,
what's up?
Crow has the craziest spits in fucking Web3. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely gonna have to take a listen. But I don't know if you were here earlier when I was like hinting at like putting together a music event. I wanted to get like the Beast community in it, Nihiling, and of course the Centraland community. So I think we'll definitely be in touch here soon, and hopefully you like we can get you on stage to share your music and
Yeah, 100%, bro. I gotta make some copies of this shit, but I got 1 minute, so I gotta get out of here. My DMs are open.
take
Also,
care.
if you guys host Decentraland spaces, please send me a DM, and I'll be able to jump into it if I'm not in a space. I just do this every Saturday, so I definitely want to tap in and do this right now. But shout out to everybody that's like building. You guys are doing an amazing job. I had no idea what you guys were doing this whole time, and I appreciate all your guys' effort up till now, and going forward. So much love, guys. Take care.
We out here, Crow. Thank you for being here. And I'll pass it over to Seed. My apologies, Seed. How are you today?
It's all good. I'm enjoying the conversation. It's really inspiring to see people get inspired. I just overall just it really lifts up my spirits, and I wanted to just say I know a lot of the people aren't might not be in here, but I wanted to just, you know, thank everyone for being super supportive and understanding, and just overall just you guys are superstars. It definitely means a lot when an entire community comes together to support you when you're going through the darkest stuff in your life. And I mean, at that point, I really didn't know what was going to happen. My body was like totally shutting down, and it isn't doing too much better, but I'm definitely getting there. It's probably going to take some time to recover. I had a slip and fall situation. I fell down a flight of stairs and hit my head on like every stair, and then I also, unfortunately, just found out this week that I fractured my teeth. And so I'm gonna be I'm gonna have a really cool look though, at least. Just trying to be positive about it. It'll be a little goofy, but it's all good. Maybe I'll get some gold teeth or something. I don't know. But yeah, so I wanted to just say thank you to everyone that came together and posted well wishes. It definitely really helped me and helped my psychological state because it's kind of annoying when you get hurt. You don't really expect it to happen, and uh, yeah. So yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it, and it really lifted up my spirits, and that's what I really love about this community because you guys. I mean, without the love, like it just it wouldn't be as special as it is, and having this like support system to kind of like help in the state in that when you're in that state of like deep just I don't even know how to describe it. Even like the tiniest amount of love just goes so far overall, and I pulled myself up, and I'm still really excited to like do stuff and bring more people out and just overall create really cool stuff and make stuff happen. And I decided, even if it's like may not be like tomorrow, I wanted to kind of put out uh put out the feelers and like let people know, and also help a lot of people that have been talking about coming out and checking it out, and just help them and guide them to come and break the ice and check out Decentraland. And I think a lot of people when they finally do come out, they really do love it. Uh because it's just so open for creativity. You can pretty much do anything. And once you start learning about wearables and all of the cool different aspects of Decentraland, then you realize like, wow, I can create my own spot. I can create wearables. People can take these wearables and wear them in other places. And it's just it's one of the most beautiful communities, I would say, in Web3. There's just so many different facets that make it just overall just such a welcoming, warm place. And even though there's like a lot of like negative things that come up, and I mean, I think that all of that is just part of making it even better, because if everything was perfect, then we wouldn't have anything to work on. But since we're constantly coming up with ideas and having, that means like as a community, we're actually working on making it better. I mean, nothing nothing happens overnight. It takes time to build something overall, and I think we're always going to be building. I think that's what's so amazing about this community is that there's a constant uh evolution going on, and there's just always an opportunity for people to come in and be a part of something big, like bigger than themselves, which really just, I mean, that alone it can make some really beautiful things happen amongst people from across the world. Like there are no borders in Decentraland, where we span all the way around the globe, and that's another reason why I really love it. It's just so diverse, and there's so many different styles of music and art, and also so much space for new forms of art to be created. So, yeah, I mean, cheers to everybody that's constantly pushing the envelope. And thank you, Canessa and Simple, for keeping the space going and constantly bringing the community together and giving everybody a voice. And because this is one of those places where you can have a voice, you don't have to have $1 billion to get in. It's like anybody can come in at any price bracket. Like you don't even really need any money. You just have to have the intention to want to create something. And it's really, it keeps me on my toes. I'm constantly like, okay, like there's still so much stuff that I could do, even though I might not be physically capable of moving around or going out. And yeah, so I'm always pushing it to like the disability community and showing them, like, we don't have to just roll up in a ball and like sit in our bed all day. Like there are things that we can do, that we can still be creative, and we don't have to like, wallow in the negative side of like our disabilities. So, I mean, it's a great place for so many different types of people, whether they're disabled or not disabled even. And yeah, I just wanted to also put the like kind of a feeler out there to, if anyone ever has any ideas on how to make it more accessible to the blind community. I have my one friend, she deals with blindness every day, and she's constantly fighting a battle to get the Web3 community to become a bit more accessible. And I mean, I've been thinking about like how could I make it so that it would be easier for her to get around. I don't really know too much about that specific disability. My disability is more like a physical, um of like a, with walking, and just overall it's like really difficult for me to get around independently, at least. Um but yeah, I mean, it would be cool to kind of create a place so that like blind people who have like blindness, or even, just a slight blindness, could create a place made for people that also, have the same kind of issues, and so that there's like a community structured around that, and that can also develop on its own independently. um but yeah, I can share her info if anyone ever wants to do something or has any ideas as far as that goes. And then also, the mini festival idea that I had was kind of just something to motivate myself and make something happen. This is something I've kind of like wanted to make happen. I mean, I was doing the weekly Friday night thing for quite some time, and I want to bring that back, but I was also thinking of either adding this to the Friday night concept or creating a whole nother event date for this. And it can potentially be like any time. I didn't really set up any specific dates or anything. So if you guys know any pe- people that want to exhibit their artwork, I'm kind of keeping it open for all mediums. So it doesn't really matter, what medium they're working on. It's pretty much open for everybody. And I wanted to also obviously change up the artwork in the gallery and open it up to like the community and bring in more people. And I want to be able to give, like, if anyone sells anything out of seed, it's always been like a tradition. I always allow the artist to just keep 100% of the profits. So they can pretty much not worry about losing any money because I know like a lot of these marketplaces take a percentage anyway. Not really focused on making money off of artists or anything. Just overall, I'm not really focused on making any money. Um, I just want to me, like Decentraland is like my safe space where I go and it's okay for me to be creative and I can meet other people that also resonate with that and just want to have a place to be creative and meet other creative people that we can collaborate together with. So if anyone's ever up for any collaborations, I'm always down for that as well. But yeah, so anyone that wants to be part of it, the doors are wide open. I'm all about structuring it so it's fluid and just overall like really fun for people. I want to create a fun environment for people instead of a stressful one and keep that safe space going. Uh, so that's pretty much it. Sorry for ranting on a bit there, but
Seed,
that's
you
pretty.
always do. You create such the best vibe. I love it. I hope you can bring back seed. It's okay if you can't. You got bigger things you're working on, but I love seed. The festival you had during the music festival, like I don't know why, if it was smaller or more familiar, but like it felt so good being there. Like I almost think like I have social anxiety in the metaverse just like in the real world. Like I isolate myself. Like I'm much more comfortable being alone in the middle of the mountains. And so like going to Seed where it was just a smaller venue during the music fest, it was like like I could exhale even though like at Seed is the one place you can exhale, pot smoke. So I was like, spam that 4 key, but you guys create, and I think it's because you created the vibe already. Like I already knew at Seed I can just kind of relax and exhale, and the carpets are there. And if anybody hasn't been to Seed to know what I'm talking about, like it's for one thing a like developer coding like masterpiece because you can do things at Seed you can't do other places. But I think also just the positive, ambiance, the atmosphere, the climate you've created, that already, like, you already did that. So I hope you guys can bring it back to some capacity, and if not, that's okay. Just take care of yourselves first, and when you can, you can.
Yeah, and I mean, if anything, I have more time now that I'm injured than before because I was originally trying to get into some art shows in real life and get some work out there and be places in person. And it there was part of me that was like, I would rather just be, focus on staying home. I mean, I always prefer just being kind of like on my computer personally. So I I mean, that's the positive of all of this. Like I get to like go back to like what I originally kind of wanted to do, even though it would be nice to sell some artwork and and be able to, get my work out there into galleries in the city and stuff. I would rather just kind of, eh, focus on seed and doing more creative stuff at home. It's always way more fun for me because I am also an extreme introvert when it comes to public places. I definitely clam up. So, yeah, it's my favorite place to be, and now I have a whole new setup. Like, I got my mom's old TV, she let me have it, and I set that up, so now I have, like, a giant, TV screen where I'm able to see. It's almost like I'm, like, inside Decentraland now because the screen is so big, and my computer's working really great. I cleaned it out again, and I it's working like butter. I don't know what the devs are doing, but I am like, I was just in there last night, and I could be in there like pretty much 24/7. Uh Unfortunately, like, I mean, not unfortunately, like, I have a kid, so I still have like responsibilities to take care of a child. But other than that, I mean, I've been staying up really late every night just so I can go to Decentraland and just run around. And oh my God, there's so many new places. Like, my mind is so blown. I have so much stuff to discover. The map has literally been it's blown up. There's so many things. I'm like, oh my God, like I could literally spend 20 hours straight and I probably still wouldn't get through everything that's been built in on the map. So I'm super psyched about this.
Deed, you brought up a really good point about people with visual impairments. I was a special education teacher for 10 years, so obviously, a lot of my friends have, challenges of some sorts, and I could see haptic feedback using a VR headset as absolutely being a game changer for people with visual impairments in Decentraland or anywhere, because you could come in and even using like any kind of sensor, like the closer you get to the wall, the more haptic feedback you're getting from the headset. There's a really good documentary about somebody, a man who uses echolocation. The sound, like when you make sounds, they bounce off the wall, they come back to your brain, and it actually, like when they mapped his brain, it lights up the same parts of his brain as if he saw. So actually, like his brain doesn't, like, it's not recognizing the difference between seeing, like visually seeing, and what he's doing with echolocation. So I think that yeah, you're onto something. If we had a VR client, we could start developing that. But I could see even like programming it where colliders in world activate haptic feedback in a VR headset so that any collider you have, it would show up and people could use that. And I say that because I used to, like, the whole reason I got into VR is because I had a student who has Duchenne's muscular dystrophy, which, if you know, that's the one you don't want to get. His life expectancy is about 25 years old. So, helping him through high school, um, when everybody else is going off to college, excited at what they're going to do with their life, and he knows that his life expectancy is about 25 years. So I got a grant for an Oculus headset, and we would put, help him put the headset on. His neck wasn't strong enough to support the headset on his own because the Oculus are pretty heavy. But so my paraeducator and I would help him. So we would, like, he'd kind of make the movements, and we would move the headset around so he was able to, walk and run and do boxing and, do all these things. So really, like, the world doesn't even talk about what VR can do for our friends, family members, people we know that have in disabilities, even like you said, social anxiety. Like, my brain probably doesn't realize there's a difference between being in a room, like a physical room of 300 people, or being in a party with 300 people. It still gets, it's still like firing on overload because it has to process all this information. But, if I can do it in the virtual world, maybe it gives me a little bit more confidence and builds those synapses so that then, like, if I do that in real life, maybe it's like a way to kind of you know, practice those skills before I go practice them in the real world. And then and like you're saying, with your accident and everything that you've been through, being able to do that in Decentraland, you know, please keep pushing where you can, because maybe you're opening doors for people that you don't even realize are coming behind you, following behind you. But the I think that it can uh, make access equitable for more and more people, that we don't even talk about that.
Yeah, just the potential of being able to talk to people but not feeling overwhelmed for some weird reason when I'm like in my physical body and I go somewhere in real life. I just get like, because I want to speak my truth. I think that's really what it is. I want to speak my truth, but then there's the other side of me that's like, I don't want to burden this person with my sad story. Like, nobody wants to talk about this stuff. They want to have small talk. They want to just, live whatever lives they're living. They don't want to deal with my sob story and listen to me like, trauma, whatever the word is, trauma dump or whatever. That's how a lot of people take it. If I start opening up like in person and I start telling them about the experiences I've gone through, most regular people, they just look at it like, oh, this person's just trauma dumping on me. And I don't want to like burden people with my sob stories. Like the last thing I want to do is that. I would rather just have like a creative conversation, but it's a little bit difficult to do that in real life because then I feel like I'm not speaking my truth. Like for some weird reason, I don't know what it is. I just feel like I don't know. But like when I'm in Decentraland, I'm just focused on shows or going to a show or creating new artwork and talking about that or planning an exhibit or something creative, as opposed to like feeling like I have to like explain all this stuff about my life and why I'm going through this and blah blah blah. It doesn't even really cross my mind. I'm more just focused on the creative side of things. And I don't know, I feel like there's like a major difference between the two. I do touch grass, but I brought some grass outside. I brought some like grass from the outside into my house. So I have like these little tiny worlds that I create in these. They're like little jars with like moss and so I do have some grass and I touch it every day. I just brought it to myself instead of having to hustle my way out the door, which is kind of not exactly easy because my house isn't exactly set up for a wheelchair and all of that stuff. So poor Madamus, he has to like, do all this work to get me around. But yeah, I mean, I just take the good with the bad and try to focus on the good instead of like getting lost in the mess of like all the negativity because it's so easy to just get lost in all of it. So I have to like catch myself and be like, all right, focus on something creative. Like that's far more just better for everyone. It's better for me instead of focusing on the stuff I can't control. Cause I can't control it. It is what it is. Like it just is. And that's it's yeah. Yeah.
Seed, I
So
love you. I mean, like you're talking, like we throw around terms like toxic positivity. I mean, like, I am so glad you came up and spoke and gave us a different perspective, because, really at the end of the day, like, a lot of what we're talking about, I mean, you're talking about real world stuff, like using a wheelchair to, to be to move around with. And, if Decentraland can give you one iota of like your life back, one ounce of sanctity and peace, and like an outlet, like, you are exactly the reason why we need to keep fighting and keep pushing for a better platform. Because it's not about entertainment. It's not about like just passive income and hopefully making a living. It's like yours is life changing on a different level, and I think that we really could use that perspective just with what we're doing here, that it is really changing people's lives, and not in the same way. Like, it's giving you a chance to regain some of your life back. You've had some hard knocks come your way, and I just thank you because when we say toxic positivity, like, you're positive through all this. If you can remain positive, like, it's not just about being positive, it's about not giving up, and you give me so much hope. So yeah, thank you so much for your perspective on this.
Oh yeah, totally. Cuz like I never know how long I have, in this body. I I just don't know. I don't know like if I have that much longer. So it's like every day I just try to make the best out of my time and just try to bring some sort of something good to the world and try to leave the world in a better place than I got it. And it's life is really short. You just never know what's going to happen, and I that's why I'm always constantly pushing, I don't want to be like toxic and like in the positive way, but it's like that's all that I have that's keeping me here. Like I'm like hanging on by a thread, and all I have is positivity, because if I don't focus on the positive, then I'm going to get sucked in and completely lose myself in the dark side of things. And yeah, so I just try to keep the force of like that, you know, the potential like in mind, rather than getting lost and yeah, losing myself in like all this stuff I can't control particularly. Like it is what it is. So, yeah, thank you for, thanks to everyone that makes this place so freaking awesome, cuz like I really don't know what I would do without you guys. Um you guys give me a reason to be alive for sure.
Amen. I feel everything you just said.
I'm having like this weird thing where I try to like repost the space, but for some strange reason it won't let
Hello, everyone.
me repost it. Maybe I'm like blocked from posting or something. I don't know. It's like really weird. Um I was trying to repost the space that we're in right now, but when I go to undo repost, it doesn't change the color, and it for some weird reason it doesn't let me repost it. So don't think I
No, no,
erased.
no, it's okay. I know Twitter was being weird earlier. It does,
I don't
it
know why it's
literally has a mind of its own sometimes, and it makes no rhyme or reason. And let's see, Bio, you came up. How are you today?
Canessa, yo, Sinful, what's going on, guys? I've been here for such a long time trying to get on top to speak, but just like C's having some issues, Twitter was not letting me actually raise my hand or even come inside the space for some reason. Every time I did, it rugged me. But, well, Elon finally allowed me to come in, so
Hello
what's up?
everyone, my name is
Appreciate you guys for allowing me to
Sinful
come up
and I
here.
am a
Shout
streamer
out to
and
Nick and
show host
NFT.
on
Shout out to so many
Decentraland.
legendary people in here. To the max, I see you
I
down
have
there repping
personally
that
wanted
love.
to make a
Madamus,
video
my
welcoming new
guy.
users to
Appreciate you, my brother,
Decentraland for
for a
quite
lot
a
that
while
you do in
now.
the space.
Personally,
You
one of
guys
my
are
favorite
innovating
things to
so many
do
different
is
things
help
inside
and welcome new
Decentraland, and I want just
users to the
everybody to slow
platform
down and
at
reflect
Genesis
a little bit
Plaza.
and look back a little bit on just
Today's
this
video
year
is for the
alone.
first time user. If
2023
you
was
are someone
probably
that
our
is fairly new to
strongest
crypto,
year as a DAO
don't have a
community
crypto wallet,
together,
or
not
fear
only in
you may
development,
lack the
not only
required
in
hardware,
creations, but
I
also
hope this
in
video can answer
advancements
some
in
questions
technology
you may
within
have and
Decentraland.
provide a
Each
little
and every one
confidence
of us
for
I've
you when you
seen
do
for a
decide to dive
very long
into
time. I mean, one
Decentraland.
existence. He's a good
Also,
friend of mine,
maybe,
and I love the dude to death. I
just
mean, we've
maybe,
talked on the
help you
phone, we've
find a
texted each
friend,
other, we've give each other
because the
401
metaverse is
information,
always a
advice,
better
everything. But when I
experience with
first met him,
friends.
he was one of
So
the
let's get
most
started.
shy person in the world.
First, it
He
is
did not
important
want
to
to
look
speak.
in
He was
the
just
Decentraland
nervous about it.
documentation
And
for
today,
hardware
he's one of the
requirements.
community leaders, all
Currently
within
on your
1 year.
screen is the
So that
hardware
just shows and
requirements
proves that
page.
Decentraland
Here
has
you will
a
find the
real
minimum
proven effect,
requirements that you
not
will
only in the
need
digital world,
to run
as in
Decentraland.
digital
I
creations
will
of our
provide a
digital
link in the
businesses and growth
description.
within that,
After
but
going over the
reflecting in
hardware
personal growth
requirements, go
with the
to
interactions between each
decentraland.org,
other.
click
One thing that I
Open
did
in
notice is
Browser.
that we all have come a lot closer in
You don't have to
creating
download
and actually
anything.
coming together in decision making and all the developments
In
and
today's
advancements that
video,
we see
we will
within
be playing
Decentraland.
as a
And
guest.
that right there, I want to give
It is
each and every
important to
one of us
know
here
that playing as a
props and
guest
patting
will
each other
limit your
back real shit,
experience.
because it's not
You will not be
easy
able to
running a
receive wearables,
decentralized
attendance
autonomous
tokens, vote in the
organization
DAO,
and
or
having
use the
so many
marketplace
people
until you have an
come together,
Ethereum wallet
think alike,
connected.
and agree to something at the same
I
time.
recommend
It
you
takes a
using
real
MetaMask.
collective and real
When you do set up a
supportive
MetaMask
individual,
wallet,
but in this case,
please,
it's a
please,
community
please
that
write
no one is
down your
leading as a front
12-word
face
seed
of
phrase
anything,
on
but
a
moving
piece of
as one
paper
together.
and keep it
That
safe.
is a very most important
Do
thing about
not
everything
save it
about
on
what
your
we have
computer.
going on here as a
I will
Decentraland
provide a
community.
link to
Now,
MetaMask
also
in
want
the
to tap in
description.
and just say thank you to all of those that tuned in last night. We
Click
had a show
Continue
for
as
Steve
guest.
Sai. Shout out to Steve Sai doing big moves
Customize
out
your
there with the
avatar.
Music District, and everybody who
You do
pulled up
have the
last night.
option to pick a bunch of
Conscious
default
on
clothes.
people and more or
Once
less
you're done
not just people, but
customizing your
their
avatar,
emotions. People
click
do
Done
have real life
on the
issues
bottom
besides
right of your
problems that
screen.
happen within the metaverse. So
Time
definitely
to
mental
name your
hygiene is a
avatar.
very important
I'll be
aspect in
naming
all
my
of our
avatar
lives.
Mew.
Don't forget, even though we're involved
You do
nose
not have
deep
to sign
in
up for the
creating whatever
newsletter,
project we're
but I
doing
do
in the
recommend
metaverse,
it.
we still
Click
do need
Next.
to take care of ourselves.
Now you will
Take a
see the
couple of
terms of
minutes,
service
maybe a
and
day off,
privacy
2 days
policy.
off.
Once
Don't
you are
worry,
done
none
reading
of this is
all
going
this,
anywhere. Your
scroll all
hygiene,
the way
your
down
mental
to the
health,
bottom
and your health overall
and
is
click
very
I
important.
agree.
And if you ever have any issues
Now
or
you will see
any
all the
problems,
movement keys on
you guys see
display.
how close we've all
Left
become
click to
and how
continue,
many interactions we've had besides these public community spaces.
and you will be
All
dropped
of us have
to a
interacted in some
tutorial
form or
world.
way in a private DMs or in a private connection setting. So I'm pretty sure we all have grown closer to each other individually as well, besides as a community.
Feel free to do the
And yeah, just to
tutorial
close things
if you
out,
like.
and pass the mic over.
Welcome
Just want
to
to say, Mick,
Genesis
thank you again
Plaza.
for bringing everybody together
Genesis
in the
Plaza is
Decentraland
the heart of
community,
Decentraland.
setting the
It
beast
is
inside
the
of our
starting
planet,
point
our
where all
community, our
users begin
foundation.
their
Was not a
Decentraland
very
journey.
easy task, and a lot of us played
You
a
have
major role
finally
in that
made it
since
on
existence.
Decentraland.
Vanessa,
On
welcome
the
again,
top left
Dr.
of your
Trip,
screen, you will
and so
see
many
a mini
people
map.
have joined the family now in the beast, and now
On
we
the
are now
top right,
bringing
you will
that
see a
existence
bubble with your
into
avatar's face on
Decentraland
it.
as well.
On the
I'm
bottom
really
left, you will see
looking to that.
icons for
Shout out
chat.
to Raph if he's hearing this recording by any chance sometime soon. Raph, we welcome you to Decentraland as a
Emotes.
community. We're looking forward to growing with the Beast family
And voice
not
chat.
just the Beast family, other future NFT projects that look to come in. This is a very big, innovative year for us, and I'm really looking forward to what 2024 has in store for each and every one of us here. I want to give also a real direct shout out to someone that was here a couple of minutes ago, but probably broke out. Alpha Angels, shout out to you, Mariana, Beavers family. You guys were one of the first people that I met when I came into Decentraland. Taught me so much that I've learned today, including Brandon Manish, who was part of our circle as well, and very much grew so far into our journey today. It's very, very exciting to see and look back at you individuals that I just mentioned and see the growth within all of you that I just mentioned. So thank you again, guys. For those that don't know me, I go by Biometa, founder of Vita TV. And again, Chris Gonzalez is my physical and real name in New York City, straight out of Harlem, Washington Heights, aka Spanish Harlem, representing the Latinos in the Web3, Dominican and Puerto Rican over here, representing heavy. And keep it up, guys. I love all of you guys. NFT NYC is coming soon. So if you come into my city, slide in my DMs. I'll give you guys a real private tour of all the underground cool spots that go down during NFT NYC. And Seed, I love you. Love you a lot. Real shit. We've connected a lot. And these past couple weeks, you and I actually have really come a lot closer. And I can really see us soon hanging out physically and finally making that a reality. With that being said, I love all of you guys. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas early. Happy New Year's early. And let's close this year like any other year, different than we've ever had in Decentraland in the past. Love you guys, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And Biometa has one of the unique Decentraland T-shirts for a
Definitely,
giveaway.
definitely.
So maybe he'll do something for that during NFT New York. But also there is the Rustan design available on CryptoLids.com.
Also, just before I break down to listeners, I definitely want to give a shout out to Sinful and Canessa for always hosting these community building Decentraland spaces. For a long time. It's consistency, persistence, and a lot of work goes into developing and holding these spaces. Not only do they hold it inside here in Twitter for those that might be new to the space in here, but this is going down and across so many platforms. And it's good and loving in my heart to see each and every one of us bringing the multiverse experience and the interoperability across to all what we know as the foundation of Decentraland. One advice I do want to give to all of you, though, let's try to create bridges. Let's try to create bridges. Use a lot of Web2 platforms like Eventbrite and etc. Create these tickets with descriptions that still direct the user into a virtual world event by giving them all the links that they need, all the information that they need on that purchase ticket option. And let's try to connect these bridges. I mean, I could see New Jersey from here, but if it wasn't because there was a bridge, I wouldn't be able to get there, right? So let's create that bridge. Let's connect all these worlds together, and let's make that a reality, guys. I know we can. So many legendary people in this community here. So many of us are growing rapidly and are discovering our inner truth of who we are. This is a real, bro, real historical moment. Honestly, like we're proving that the blockchain technology is not just what people think, buying cryptocurrency and that's it. We are proving a proven ecosystem, virtual ecosystem that is actually embedding physical lives and reflected into the physical world as well. This is innovative. And if you guys can't see that, which I'm pretty sure you all can, we're living a dream, guys. We are living a dream. And let's embrace that. And let's show others in the world that this does exist.
Make, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually want to, first of all, see, thank you so much for opening a whole nother chapter of what's possible. I really appreciate that. You know, we should always be looking for ways to make everybody's life better best we can. We cannot change the world, but we can do little things to change it. So with that seed you just planted, and even with Kinesis sediments about colliders, I think we're already started. So one little bridge at a time. But I want to say thank you to Kinesis and Sinful also, because where I don't come and always go there, this has always been a safe place to keep it fucking real and yet do it from a place of change because of something we love. And without y'all showing up all the fucking time, making sure people's voices are heard, this doesn't grow the same way. Super fucking grateful. Um, I you just go back to, did you hear Crow? I mean, did he was lit up like he just got to see a whole world, and it didn't take very much. It was like, hey, here's a wearable. Hey, let's show you how to turn them on. Let's show you how to write a command and go somewhere. Let's introduce you to the baby dolls and a couple of our friends. And go to Spotty's, hear some music. And I
Bro,
guarantee he's going to make something great on Decentraland. And it doesn't happen without all of us being rugged and not being able to get on platform, or like failing at making a wearable and trying again, and giving away 100 wearables where you could have made profits. Like all these things, like we see it from all, like the more time we spend, the more we try and push, the less support we get back from whatever reason, the more frustration goes. But I think just hearing those voices of excitement that first time you go and see what a vibrant, special community we have, it just shows where we can go anyway. Nothing is fucking perfect, but I still really would like to put a group of people together. It doesn't have to be super, it does not have to be long, But if we just put a few things back to respond to the AMA where the voices weren't heard and things were ignored and say, hey, this is us. This is how we feel as a collective, whether that's developers, whatever. We know we can't change all your minds. We cannot change everything. But let's work on new communication structures because that's also what's really wounded right now, right? Losing those 30 people who were ride or dies, and especially I've heard, in multiple spaces now, like certain people who were so influential and were those life points of like communication. It's time we got to find our new people, and we got to wiggle it free a little bit. And it's like a tooth. I hate to say teeth because, man, I got a $70,000 mouth and no teeth. Um, we got to start. This is where we started healing now. We already just saw the potential. We took our lumps, and now it's time to do what we do best. We get up together and we make change. So I'm just super bullish. Like, that's the funny thing. I've never been more bullish on the metaverse than I am of Decentraland right now. And I've been here for a while, but as I've watched one turn its lights off and I'm watching another one literally suck the soul out of it, um, and because they're trying to survive, right? I mean, survival is critical right now. We are at a critical mass of survival, even as a culture, as a people. So let's find a way to lock up arms and do this a little different and support all of those builders who've been doing it for us, like Drip and Brandon and Lastrom. Let's find out how we can help them. You know what I mean? If we want to make change, let's start by making changes with the people who need it around us. I mean, maybe that's the answer. Maybe when there's a big SDK change, we go see, Mesa, and we're like, okay, maybe we could all put in 3 hours doing something. We could, we have so much power together, more power than any other metaverse platform. And I've been on tons. I have never seen more call to action from a group of people. So if there's a way we could rally cap, I'm all ears, and you will have my support. That is a goddamn promise.
It's funny you say that, Meg. Oh, Sin, my bad. I see that you popped your mic open. Go ahead, brother. You the co-host. After you first.
Yeah, no, it's all good. You can go. Probably was gonna start to wrap up here. I'm a little hungry.
Hey, no problem. Thank you. Appreciate you, Sin. And again, nice to hear your voice, brother. Nice to see you again in World as well. I know these spaces being played in World, so just want to give a shout out to my brother Gordito Malo, a new DCL on board that came in to visit one time, showed him the community building space, and after him and he saw this space, and after him and I sat down together and I introduced him to DCL, he bought himself a whole new $5,000 computer just to dedicate himself to onboard his company into the metaverse. And hopefully one day we can see him inside this space and he can talk more about his business and what he plans on to bring inside the metaverse. But also, again, Make, it's funny you say that about us coming a little bit closer. Me and Biffy was actually joking about this for a couple of months now, but what if we were to create our own DAO union, just like a union that you have at your job, where we can pay some sort of union fees and we can start to create and generate our own DAO financial ecosystem that we can match the foundation and also create our own DAO benefits where we can actually gain 401ks through NFT purchases for these monthly or weekly payments and etc. Again, it's just a thought, but I definitely think that creating a union within the DAO will be the first metaverse and Web3 platform to do something like that. But again, we will start and innovate something that possibly can spread out across multiple platforms, giving all DAO members a position in some form of union. Again, there's more than one union, right? There's 32BJ, there's 1199. I'm a part of 1199, which is for medical and hospital workers, and etc. So we can always think about the possibilities of reflecting on what we see today in the physical world that seems improves and shows effectiveness in a sort of a business environment, which is what we're all working on doing and building in here, and create our own decentralized union. I think that would be something that can give us all power as well as coming together as a community and possibly having maybe even a community voting power together with a very big backing of our investments together in Mana. And this way we can actually leverage and making decisions and also adding to our part and contribution and helping funding and giving some sort of financial assistance to the DAO, or excuse me, to the foundation, and also helping them with grants, funding for grants as well. Since we're taking money, our job is also to create, and in the long run, is to create also a financial ecosystem within the platform that we live in to sustain off, not only for each and every one of us, but as a whole ecosystem. Just something to think about, food for thought. Thank you again, and shout out to Mix and Vanessa and everybody in here. Thank you again, guys. Love.
Thank you, thank you. And yeah, today's conversation has been awesome. Oh yeah, I wanted to touch on one of Make's points about Crow. That emotion, that energy he brings in, that excitement about, being new and coming into a platform you've never been on before, discovering the possibilities, the potential of what you could bring to the platform. That is like the energy that like drives me, bro. That's like like I do it for that energy. I want others to be able to build something on their own, and on this platform I want them to grow their own community. It's just so amazing to hear. And even as we speak, I've been DMing back and forth with someone in this space. I'm not going to name them because I'm not sure if they don't want me to or not, but yeah, just DMing back and forth, sending information, doing suggestions on like how they should log in. If they don't feel comfortable doing, going in through their ledger, you can do something else. And, just and offering my time to meet up with them and show them around, maybe take them to a party or two. I'm very excited for this. Hopefully in the next few days, our new friend and I can meet up in World, and I will introduce you all to them. I guess final thoughts. Shit. I mean, let's keep doing what we're doing, everyone. You know, these conversations are very important. I know that we covered a lot of yesterday's space and stuff like that. A lot of us may feel a little down, but once again, I would just want to remind everyone that these conversations, these hard conversations, are the ones that need to be had in order to move forward. Perhaps, the foundation came in not prepared, but like, in one kind of like train of thought, but as they listen to us, perhaps maybe, the future is unclear. They can make that shift any moment, and maybe they will listen to us, maybe not. We'll be here to kind of talk about it every week, if anything. Love you all. I'm gonna pass it over to Canessa, and yeah, for her closing thoughts, and we can move along with our day. It has been an awesome space today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Lots of important things, you know, to come up, and it's not going to be the last time that we talk about it. It's just, probably over the next 7 years, it's just going to be a lot of conversations. I mean, it's kind of the first time that we're really talking about these heavy topics of the transfer of power. And like I said last week, I think that if the foundation just in 7 years and or whenever the official transfer of organization, transfer of power is done, if they just gave it to us, it wouldn't mean anything. We wouldn't understand how fragile good leadership is. We wouldn't understand how easily trust can be lost. We wouldn't understand how important it is to have these conversations. And at the end of the day, we're all human and we have a choice to be here or not. You can choose to stay. You can choose to build your brand and move on. You know, personally, I mean, I got the fucking Decentraland tattoo logo tattooed on my wrist. Like, it's skin deep. I'm not going anywhere. I might not like it all the time, but I'm not going anywhere. And that's my personal choice because I know my why, and nothing the foundation does, it's my why is much more deep than that, and it's deeper than a metaverse world. um so know your why, and if your why changes and this is no longer the place for you, that's okay. Like, I'm still friends with a lot of people that have moved on, and it doesn't, you know doesn't you don't have to have found it here. It, like I think the friendships we build, it's Web3 is bigger than Decentraland, it's bigger than the beasts, it's bigger than one thing. um yeah, that's my 2 cents. Sin, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I before we close out, I know we're both extremely hungry. I wanted to shill, but of course, as always, I not shilling myself here. I want to shill our boy Crow. He is having a Twitter space as we speak. I pinned the tweet up at the top as well as I like commented in the bubble, like in the bottom bubble. So like anyone could like click on that link even after we close the space. Let's head over to Crow Space. Give it a little raid, give them a little love, and welcome our new Decentraland community member. It was really a breath of fresh air to listen to his excitement. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And yeah, head on over there. Like, even if it's now, like, let's go. Like, I'm ready for it. Ganessa, back to you.
Yeah, I love it. I'll take a screenshot of who's in this room, and then I'll take a screenshot when we go over there, and I better see y'all over there.
Are you
Or
gonna cross reference?
I
Do
am going
some
to
teacher
cross
stuff?
reference, cross collaborate. I am going to itemize, quantitative, categorically, empirically proven bullshit. I don't know. I'm going to go get me some food, and I just hope y'all go help our new guy, Crow. So you
Hey,
guys
can
be
I
safe.
just say about Crow?
Yeah.
Watch out after 10 o'clock. He is spicy. He's got great flows. That energy comes from a good place. And we got another, we got a new light, you know? And that took every fucking thing every one of you have done, you know? When all, I always go back and I'll just say, when Alt Space closed, I felt like the metaverse ended for me. But what it did is it opened the door to this fucking, like, I was always a DCLer, always alone in my own house. But the what you guys did, it was not built by anyone else but us. And that gift y'all gave, all those trials and tribulations that you guys fight for, are why guys like Crow can like walk in and see the world paved in rose-colored gold. So don't be so hard on yourselves. Don't give up, and just know we will all band arms together best we can to get where we're going. I fucking love y'all. Big DCL love forever.
Love you guys. I'm going to close the space. Head on over to Crow. Talk to you soon. Bye bye. Actually, I lied because if I close the space, you won't be able to click on the link. Click on the link. Get out of here. Click on the link. And then I'll close it. And I can't click on it. Or, yeah, then you guys won't. But please, if you're here, click on that link up above, Crover9000.eth. Or if you lose it, it's CRO, and hopefully you can find them. Talk to you soon. Have a good week, y'all. Bye.
a bunch more people in the building. Shout out Victoria. Oh shit, we had a blast last night, man. That space was wild. Yo, shout out Jackpot. We got Chaz in the building, man. That's the postman with the most bands, baby. Yo, we got Apocalypse. We just heard from him. We got L down there making out with trees and shit. Yo, Glory. Shout out to Glory, man. We got Beauty Fitness. Yo, shout out to Beauty. They got a cool project. And I invited her to this space, man, because she's going to definitely hear a bunch more of these people that are out here. We got Emergent. We got Jim. We got J Ross. We got Alpha Angels. We got H Bar. Shout out to the H Bar community, man. We got Vitus. We got Julian, Tommy, Valerie. We got Gold. And we got, who's this? Brandon, man.
I
Shout
love
out to Brandon
gold.
down there. Pardon?
I love gold.
Hello, I love gold. Yeah, we got Big Breeze out here, man. We got Abstract Artist. We got RC, and man, just legends of legends of legends just keep calling in, man. Altered Ali. Sorry, I'm just butchering people's names. Yo, shout out to Existence. Sleeper just pulled up, man. Sleeper 2K. Yo, Lemon, baby, what's goody, man? He just had a birthday a little while ago, man. Hopefully you had a great one.
Shout out to everybody breathing in the space. If you're breathing, shout out to you.
Yeah, shout out to everyone breathing. Shout out to Ill, or that's Bill right there. Bill, Bag, Money, Son. We got everyone in the building, man, right now, man. Let's get it. Yo, we got Sheila Dream. Louis, get your fucking ass up here, bro, and play some music. That's all I'm gonna say. We definitely want to hear some music from him. And he definitely makes some dope music, man. And Make NFT, man, thank you so much for getting me involved with the Decentraland family. Cause we're gonna pump that shit up, man. I'm telling y'all, go make a Decentraland account. Get your ass in there. It is mad fun to just run around being menaces to society, having fun, and just like doing dumb shit. It's like playing a video game and having fun while jamming to like a DJ set, and it's mad fun. Shout out Miss T. Always Miss T hosts amazing entertain me spaces, part of the AKCB community. Or no, yeah, okay, sorry. See, here I am giving too much shout outs and now I'm butchering on my own language. See, I don't understand it, right? I could barely speak English and I speak English for 32 years. Like, what the fuck's going on here? But shout out Miss T, man. She's fucking awesome. Looked like y'all had fun in Miami. Shout out to everybody that was performing. I saw Darius out there performing live. I saw all you guys performing that were out there. It was a dope fucking show. Don't get me twisted. I just had to watch vicariously through the timeline, and the FOMO was real because your boy's in Canada and he's not allowed to leave. But we're gonna start a GoFundMe and figure out how to get me some papers to get down there. So if you have a hot friend, sister, or even grandma that wants to marry a hot young man like myself, and get me some papers to go to the States, baby. Let's get it. Yo, anyways, I'm gonna spit some bars right now, and that's just a funny joke that we've been having, trying to get Crover some papers, and we're gonna do it.
Bro, I told you I got you, bro, for paper
Oh
roasters
yeah,
only.
Mackie, that's got to be the biggest bro move ever. Mackie's like, bro, I'll marry you just to get you down here, dog. And I was like, yo, that's got to be the craziest fucking bro moment right fucking there, man. That's the most solid shit ever. Shout out to Mackie, he's a fucking legend for that one. Yo, anyways, I'm gonna spit some bars right now. Little West Coast vibe. I love doing that little E40 thing. Can you guys hear me okay? Love.
Yeah.
Stormy, you ready? This is for my homies that be out on the grind and can't forget my uncle, he was just still alive. I'm talking FDB, yelling FTP. What if she's DTF? She's yelling.
Can't hear you.
Baby, I ain't trying to love you, but just fuck you instead. You see, I got no love for toddies, y'all just adding the stress. I got my mind on my money with the cess in my chest. Put a hole up in your feet and call you Mitchell and Ness. See, my life is like a gamble, roll the dice with these step. I'm hoping not to roll these eyes and get laid down the rest. I never thought it could happen. All this rapping and stuff, I used to stress it over lyrics. Now I stack them in such an ordinary fashion. Hits a passion, roll the blunts and stay relaxed and let the words along my tongue and let this unexpected happen. Sheesh, I keep puffing the back. I haven't drank to numb the pain, I know I shouldn't, but I'm stressed, man. I'm cruising in this one way, never never switch lanes. While they snoozing and they losing, I'm out the perfect game. I lose, enjoy the losing. I'm a starters, no disputing. Want a war, going shooting. Turn your bullets into music. On the edge, about to lose it. Stone Cold couldn't move it. I'm straight focused where I'm at. These other rappers couldn't do it. They got caught up in the movement and just went with the flow. But that shit for dead fish as if they didn't even know. But I remember flipping through these pages and cages from every angle. We from two different places. They said I grew up fast and my time don't last. And it sure flies by when we're having a blast. And when my time moves slow, they say my poetry deep. Man, my city is cold. They say my cipher complete. It's like I'm in a sweater and it's 40 below. I'm pouring sweat in front of this mic. It's what I call the unknown. Let's take a walk with my shadow. Feel the pain of much you handle. Feel like Biggie in this slam. Probably why I'm lighting candles. Tipping all these bottles. Spark the flame. I'll go for throttle. Why I ain't never looking back. I came